Right. You can pop in whenever you feel like it. So we'll see who pops in. I'll be in it on my face in a second. I'm running so late. So very late. Hope everybody's doing good tonight. Let's see. Well, that's so weird. I just got my own notification on my computer. Miss Kim is live. That's so funny. Oh my goodness. I know it's a weird time of night, a weird day. So I don't know who might show up, who might not show up. We'll have to see. I'll be on, my face will be on in just a second. And I can't see while I'm putting my makeup on. Hold on. I see fairy something. Hey, Tanya. Hello. Give me just a minute to get, so I'm running so late because I was in so many chats tonight. Uh-oh. Stop. Scooter Mom is here. We can start. I have arrived. Hey, Janet. Hey, Aaron. You know what? Screw this. You guys don't care. You can watch me put my makeup on. I don't put very much on anyway. So talk amongst yourselves because I'm blind I can see nothing. So I had an Ulta haul this week. Check this out. I love this lipstick. So they had buy one, get one half off. Look at this. Look at this. I love lipstick. So what color should I wear? Let's see. That one. That one. So I'll look every once in a while. So I'll get into my issues in a little while. It's been a day, hasn't it? Hey, Aaron and Janet. Said hi to Tanya and Scooter Mom. Did I miss anybody? All right. So, and I had run out of my foundation and everything. I was literally down to the last bit of this old one. I'm sure everybody's done that. Let's see. I'm trying to get everything out right now. Ingrid. Oh, I can see that. Hello. How are you? I've never done this before. Usually I come on with no face, but I'm like, I don't even care anymore. So a year ago, I was like, I don't want to be on camera. I'm just going to film Pearl Snappy and that's it. And then I was like, okay, I'll go on camera. Then I'm like, I'll never go on camera without my makeup on. And I didn't for about a year. And then one day doing the Dianetics reading, I don't mind being late for a chat, but I didn't want to be late for a reading. So I came on with no makeup on that day. And I was like, man, now I don't care. But you can see I just took my bath. That's what took so long. And my face is so, I'm overheated. You can see how red my face is. Yes, Eric was on fire. And I'm here for it. And I have lots of reasons why. You know what? Let's just get into it while I'm talking. Oh, I don't blame him either. The only thing this is what I'm going to say, because some of you don't know this. You haven't followed me enough. I have never taken a stance on any of this stuff. I've tried, because a lot of it is I'm out here in Texas all by myself. Okay. I don't really talk to that many people offline. Scooter Mom and I, we might text each other every once in a blue moon. So all I get is what I see, what I watch, and I can't watch everybody, right? No, none of us can. And so, gotta get the wrinkles. So I couldn't take a stance because I didn't know the details, right? And that was the best way for me to deal with it. So I never have. And that was the biggest reason. The other reason was I don't want my channel to be that. Okay? My channel is a protest channel. I'm here for the movement. And I do a fun chat on Saturday. I don't do too much other stuff. And we do the reading. But that's all Scientology related too. So, but everybody has their limit. And I mean, behind the scenes, I don't bring my issues on air. because like I said, that's not my channel. But buddy, my poor hubby has to hear it all. And he knows how I feel. The only stance I've ever taken that I do not, and early on too, was as soon as, so during the encampment, Scotty had said he needed help. And I literally pulled over my car and was looking at plane tickets. I was going to go help. Because I never watched, I didn't even know him that well. I'd never watched the LA people, because there were so many of them and so many hours of stuff and so many new channels popping up all the time. Because I've been in SPTV since the day it was created. I was there in Aaron's chat when and I never can remember who it was, in the chat said, oh, because Aaron, Mark Headley, Claire Headley, and Mike Rinder were all doing these they had just learned how to multi-stream. They didn't even know how. I watched them learn how. And so I watched it be born. And I watched them find streets. And I watched the TikTokers and those young people just organically start coming out and standing with streets. And they were able to shut down that test center. So that was, for me, I know that streets had started months before that. For me, it really coalesced in around October, November, December of 23. And, you know, by then it was just the false calls. It was just, and there were some other stuff going on too. So what I think a lot of this has been is a lot of us don't know how to deal with it. This was a movement I've never seen before. I've never seen anything like it before. And I think just a lot of people just didn't know how to deal with it. So we did the best we could. And it was like somebody has said, I hate to use it, but he said, you know, it was all kumbaya and everybody was great. And any new people, we were like, welcome, come on out, great. And it was great. Well, what happens when you get a big group? You get personality problems and you get and I knew this. I expected this. I said, I expected to have some people that weren't there for the right reasons. And I thought, well, you know, we'll be able to figure out who they are. And we kind of did. It didn't take that long. But the problem was we're all spread out all over the United States. But you have this one large group in LA, and they see each other all the time. They're doing stuff together all the time. So they have a lot more going on behind the scenes than we would ever know. And so when things started to happen with them, I never felt that I could have an opinion on it because I'm not there. And no matter how much somebody wanted to beat me upside the head and say, well, this person did this and this person did this and this person said this and this, I'm like, look, I didn't see it. I wasn't there. You can't make me have an opinion. You can't make me take a side. And that's where a lot of us were for the same reason. You know, I've lost 90 subscribers in the last few months, and I don't care because I wouldn't take a side. And I'm like, that's never fair. And I'm just trying to fill time until I can see you guys' comments. Trying to tell you where I'm at, where I've kind of been at in my head today too. But what I think is I'm going to skip a little bit. We'll go back maybe. But, well, no, I don't have to skip yet. I could tell not very long after that there were people there not for the right reasons. And really it started, we all know where it started, and it was the encampment. It really showed some people's true if we didn't know already, personalities. I may have been able to suss DOA out sooner if I had been watching his content, and I wasn't. Because I'm going to tell you about what I've been through. I've been talking in the chats. I have dealt with this before. I've been through this same thing on a much smaller scale. I can see crazy a mile away, but I couldn't tell people that. I couldn't be like, look, this person is not, I know what this is. Who's going to listen to me? I'm some small little, I didn't even have a channel right away. I'm just some small little creator over here in Texas that doesn't know what's going on. So I never felt that it was my place to say anything. And I think a lot of people felt that way. And I hope that, I'm not, speaking out of turn for people. But this is the way I felt. I really felt kind of lost and confused and angry because so much of this stuff was going on and I couldn't for myself figure any of it out. I didn't have the kind of time to go sit and watch all these streams and figure out what the hay's going on, right? Let me check comments real quick. Hey, Doug. How are you? Okay, nobody knew. All right, Doug is. Hi, Doug. Yeah, Doug didn't even know I had a channel. But that's okay. And see, I'm not going to get all testy tonight either. I don't want that to be that, because Doug said, there have been people that come to my channel that said that they stayed with my channel and some other ones, Scooter Mom, and because we don't bring that stuff here, that we stayed out of it as much as we could, and I have. And I'm still going to try to stay out of it. I'm not going to be on here every dang day bitching and complaining about what's going on. I still don't know enough, except I think okay, how do I want to frame this? I have so much in my brain. What it was is somebody finally had to take a stand. So many of us felt upset and angry at the way this movement was hijacked by certain people and things were happening, certain ways. And we didn't feel big enough or powerful enough or knowledgeable enough to say anything. So it needed to be somebody that was more involved, that knew more of what was going on. And what it took is people, some of those bigger channels or bigger just people saying that they've had enough and that this is wrong and this has got to stop. And that's what's been happening, I think, just in the last few days. I don't know. I don't get to see everything. Maybe I'm late to the game. I don't know. Oh, that's not as red as I thought it was. Different. I have to be really careful. I have a crooked lip. So, all right, I'm done. Oh, now I can read. Anyway, I'm trying to just get my thoughts together. All right, let's see if I've missed anything. Just everybody saying hi. Oh, you remember that? Yeah. Yep. So, Pup Groomer. Oh, Pup Groomer's here. Oh, okay. Hi. I missed you. I'm sorry. So anyway, a lot of Pup Groomer too. We've all tried to stay out of it and let them try to figure this out as best they can. But I did feel a certain way about it because I feel a part of it. I go, Scooter Mom has gone protesting. Pup Groomer goes hours and hours to protest. I drive 3 hours round trip to go protest. So I feel like I'm part of it to a point, but I'm not there on the scene either, like dealing with what Eric's dealing with or, any of those people that have to deal with each other, What I felt today with Eric finally losing his shit was we needed somebody to finally stand up and say enough is enough. We're not going to put up with this anymore. We're going to get the movement back the way it should be. And we're not going to support anybody that's supporting the chaos. I'm not going to use the word drama. That's not good enough. And I'm calling them BS actors. That's my term. BS actors. People that want to promote the BS. Now, and I really felt that today. You know, finally, people are finally feeling to the point, and this is what happened. I'm going to tell you what happened with my friend group. Same exact thing. And it wasn't quite a year. It was a little less than a year. So this chick that I didn't even want to be friends with showed up in my trailer park. This was back in the 90s when we were in Texas. There's trailer parks everywhere. And what it was is we had this tiny little trailer park, and everybody knew everybody else because we're a military town. So we had like a sergeant and like 2 soldiers that was in his unit and the cousin of one of the wives. And so I was the only one that wasn't like interconnected with them, but I was a home daycare provider for one of the moms and the landlord of the trailer park for her grandson. They all liked to party together. I didn't party that much. But this chick showed up and she started lying. We knew some of the stuff she was saying was bullshit, but she got herself involved in this friend group. And what she was doing, we didn't find this out till later. She would tell so-and-so that so-and-so was mad at them for whatever, so that person wouldn't talk to that person anymore. And then she'd go over to that person and say that person was mad at them, so they wouldn't. Now they were still, it wasn't bad enough that they would blow up, but she was controlling everything from behind the scenes. And nobody was talking to each other to figure that out. I didn't like her, but everybody else seemed to like her. I didn't want anything to do with her. And, you know, they always show, they think they're so smart in their brain. I had to look this shit up years later because back then we didn't have a good internet. And it wasn't narcissism. It was a borderline personality disorder with narcissist tendencies, which is something literally you're almost born with. There's no therapy for it. There's no medication for it. Or it's the only thing that can change it is a major life event or long, intense therapy. As I said, there's no therapy for it. But happened in my neighborhood. Right. I'm sure at some point everyone has had something similar happen. That's why I'm seeing that. And there's always one person that started it all. And as soon as I saw that DOA had a channel called Streamer Wars, when all this upset started and everybody was fighting with everybody else and nobody knew what was going on, I knew right then, I'm like, I'm done. That guy, I'm done. I unsubbed, never watched him again, never really watched him to begin with. I watched other people in that. I watched other LA-based people. And the problem was, and what I kept saying today was, we were all doing the same thing. We were all trying to stay out of it. We were all hoping that group would figure their stuff out, or people closer to the problem would figure it out. And some people did, but it wasn't in enough of a big way for anything to change. And I'm not going to do the negative stuff. I'm still not going to do that. I'm not going to sit and like bash other people. I still don't want to do that kind of thing. There's enough people out there doing that. I don't need to. You know, I just want to talk to it in a way, in a constructive way, if I could. I'm still pissed. Even Scooter Mom lost her stuff before I did. I mean, I still tried to stay. I tried. I was really trying. I really was. I have a short video I did about it, trying to explain why I wasn't going to take sides and why we didn't want to. Anyway, my point is, so this girl. So what happened was my dad, so it was Christmas. My dad had just died 2 days before Christmas. And she called this is the manipulation. What made me mad is these other friends, I wasn't happy with them. They would all come and talk to me about their problems, and I'd listen. I was like the mom of everybody, but I didn't like get involved. I was just there, kind of watching it all happen. But I did hang out with her for a couple of months. We kind of partied a lot for a couple of months. We liked to dance. We would go dancing. My husband was overseas for a year, so he hadn't met her yet. Okay. So it was a few months in, everything was still going pretty well. Not really, but nobody wanted to listen to me. And he got back after being gone a year, and I wanted to stay home with my husband and not go out anymore. And so I'm doing that, and she's getting pissed off. And she literally thought this was normal and was mad. And in front of the two of us, my husband and I, she looks at him and says, I had her first. You need to give us time to hang out. I go, I don't want to. I've been with my husband since high school. He's my best friend. If I have to make a choice, it's not going to be you. I didn't actually say that at the moment. She said, well, I'm going to make sure you two get a divorce. And I literally had to put up with her for another, that was like August. We didn't get rid of her till like New Year's. Because I know, I've never told you all the details. So the reason I couldn't get rid of her, I was afraid she'd burn my house down. She was scary. Okay? Yeah. Somebody says that to you and you're like, you can't be like, well, just stay out of my life. Because she was intertwined in everything, you know? I'm not going to go. I know. And I was like, so this was 96, summer 96. So I'm 27, and I know she was underage. She couldn't drink yet. So I want to say she was 19, 20. I wanted to say that, Doug, but she scared the bejesus out of me. Hey, Mr. Fraud. How are you? So the reason I know I can ask you questions, Mr. Fraud, I've been following you. No, I'll tell you. So I've been lurking and not chatting in certain places. So I've been watching some things and I don't comment. I'll like people's comments like after the fact. I'm not in live chats for some of this stuff. And I see Mr. Fraud in there. And so he kind of knows I can see he kind of knows what's going on. So anyway, yeah. Let me see. My husband, he's our husband now. No, it was the opposite. She didn't want me to have a husband because I stopped hanging out with her all the time. I'm like, plus I have kids. The only reason we hung out, it was like 5 weekends in a row. Okay. And it was a lot. But her niece had come to stay, a teenager, and me and my other friend both had 2 kids. And so we had a babysitter. And so we took advantage of having a babysitter, and we had a really great dance place here that doesn't exist anymore that had a 3-level dance floor. I used to love to dance. I was young then. But anyway, so that was the only reason. Normally I wouldn't have ever partied that often at that age. I did when I was young, but not after I had kids. So you can tell I'm a pretty conservative person. So the only reason I was doing that is we had a babysitter. So anyway, and she went back home when school started. So what happened is so it was the early January, right around New Year's, I think. And I get a phone call from the other friend. And she's like, okay, this friend, the crazy girl, had called her and said she had taken a bunch of pills and she wanted to go, should she go to the ER? So I'm on the phone with the other friend. I'm like, well, yeah. No, duh. She's like, well, she's worried because she's in a divorce with her husband. They're getting a divorce and they have a daughter who I babysat. And I said, well, bring me the daughter and take her to the ER. She goes, well, she's afraid if she goes to the ER then the husband might get custody of the daughter because of what she did. And I said, well, is that really a problem? Who's the better parent at this point? Because she's the one that took pills with her daughter in the house. And then she speaks up. We were on a 3-way call. She was screwing with me. And I was done because I wasn't going to be like, oh, I'm sorry. No, I'm like, yeah, I said what I said. You don't like it. I kid you not. In 24 hours, she was gone. Because all of us were done. Because she knew if I was done, everybody was done. Because I was going to tell everybody what she did. So she was gone 24 hours. Never saw her again. And then, literally, the same week that she left, my sister, who's 9 years younger than me, showed up, who I didn't know, who ended up trying to do the same thing. Had the same exact personality. Matter of fact, they overlapped one weekend. Get this. 2 people that have never met were at my house for a party because my sister was here. And I'm like, I hear this commotion on the deck. They're screaming at each other. They don't even know each other. And you know what? I figured it out. It was like 2 alpha dogs saw each other and were fighting for territory. That's exactly what happened. So I only dealt with my sister for a few months because she came down here. We call them not necessarily drama queens, but users. That's part of this borderline personality disorder. Is before they get a new target, before they leave an old target, they already have a new target that they're going to manipulate. And I think for her, it was her family. She was going back to screw over her family some more, which she'd already done. And my sister had used up my mom and her dad and everybody back home. And she came down here thinking she could do it with me. And I wasn't having it. So she stayed with me for a few months. And then I made her move out. Right now, Tanya, right now, oh my God. Yep. Don't care. Don't care. It's not interesting to me anymore. And see, that's what's going to start happening. What they do is they overstay their welcome. People get fed up. And then they disappear and go find a new target. I guarantee you he's already eyeballing a new target somewhere. I think he was going to try to get in on that LA protesting, but it was kind of short-lived. Is this still going on? I don't even know. But I think he couldn't do it because Streets was already there and he was going to call him out. I think he was good. He was trying. But I don't watch him enough to know or care. What's going on? Is there something going on important? There has to be something big enough going on that, it has eyeballs on it. Because he went, at least, I don't know. There are people that know him that he said he was in Occupy Wall Street. I don't know for sure about that. Then he was with the J6ers. And then the J6ers, I saw a clip of him. The J6ers hate him so much that he ran up, yelled something, and ran off. Yeah, he did. I saw that. And I guess, because what it is people were told about DOA from early on, but like they said, not that they didn't care. That's what what Aaron said. He said he didn't really care and he regrets that now. But you can't just believe somebody calls you up and says all this bullshit, right? So, hello. So, I mean, it's the same now. I can't believe everything just because somebody comes in and tells me something. Or, I need a little bit more than that. Because I've learned my lesson, as I'm trying to tell you. So it's cold enough here. My husband went and got us. This is his weekend. This is like our Saturday night. We left our beer on the porch because it's 20 degrees outside in Texas. So the reason I just laid all that out is this is a pattern. No, Scooter Mama, I believe you. I know you. And see, that's the thing, is there's people that know other people that, oh, right on, that know other people that, know what's going on. And, I believe Eric. That's just the way I'm going to have to be. And here's my thought process on this. Here's my thing. Why are we here? If you're in the SPT movement and you're watching the channels, regardless of if you're protesting yourself or not, why are we here? That's the question. And I've said all along, I don't care what anybody does. I don't care what channels close up. I don't care who turns on each other or what. I'm going to continue to do what I'm here to do. Sunday the 23rd is my 1-year anniversary of my protest channel, of when I went live. I actually protested a week prior, before I went live. So it's been a year. And I'm by myself. I go down by myself. I'm there by myself. I'm lucky that there's a lot of foot traffic because it's across from the university. So I'm there to talk to those students and let them know not to have anything to do with Scientology. That's what we're here for. So regardless of who's getting ticked off with who or who's having a falling out, I'm still going to do this. And that's all I can control. The other thing I have to say is this. Most of the issues that I see are never ends. And I don't care about never ends. I'm sorry, but if people don't agree with me, but if it's never ends having an issue or never ends causing an issue, they don't have to be here. I feel like I don't have to give them the, right now, after a year of this, I'm done. If it's a never end causing problems, I'm done. I'm unsubbing. I want nothing to do with it. Now, if it's a survivor, that's what I call them, I will give them some grace because they were raised in a cult. That doesn't mean I still want to watch them. It doesn't mean if I don't like their content, but I'm not going to I'm not sure how I want to say this, but they're the reason we're here. Yeah. So that's why I up until about a week ago, I've never unsubbed from anyone except DOA's, all of his channels, because he said he had a channel called Streamer Wars. He pretty much told us what he was about with that. Who does that? So, and I stopped any and all. I like I said, I never really watched him anyway. If there was something going on, I either bopped around other people's channels or watched somebody else. But I've always been, since early on, a watcher of the smaller channels, and all the LA people always had big audiences, and so I might give a few minutes here and there, but I didn't know half the things that went on in LA because I never watched, and so I still don't know everything. But what you all saw today and what I felt in Eric's chat, Scooter Mom, you didn't see me, but I was in there going, hell yes, let's do this, in capitals. And I'm not like that. I'm not. If you go look at all of my other content, I'm not like this. But I've had it. And I've had it with the movement getting hijacked. And that's what's happened. Somebody tried to say SPT was dead. And that's why I did this one video, if you want to go watch it. Although what I said there, I've changed. Is you are alienating all of us that have been here, that when SPTV started, or we started protesting, or we started a channel to support. You can't, one person, arbitrarily decide SPTV is dead because you don't like somebody. Sorry, no. This is a group effort. Nobody's in charge. Nobody. And that was the genius of it, and also part of the problem, because there was no leader. We were all flailing, trying to figure out what to do. And so Eric, and I don't know, maybe some other people did. I haven't watched everybody yet. I know me in the background, me too. But I wouldn't ever say it on air. Yes. Now, I never lost mine, but it was difficult to see. No, it was never dead. It may have been dead in LA in a lot of ways. No, it was hijacked, but for us out here, Doug, Scooter Mom and me, and Cubs champion, or I don't, and don't tell me, oh, that person, something's wrong with them. I don't know. If I'm supporting somebody, I probably don't know if there's anything going on. But so don't come at me. But no, the protesters are still out here doing it. We still have it. It's not dead. They tried. They're trying, but we're not going to let them do it. And all we needed was somebody to take the reins and not the reins, but to take a stand like Eric did tonight. And some other people have been talking more. It's kind of been going on for about a week that I could tell, maybe longer. I just didn't see it. But to just say enough is enough, we're done. We're done with the BS. We're done with the I don't know what the word, the hijacking, the manipulation, the chaos, the hate. We're done with it. We're not going to let them do it anymore. Scotty, we all know now, okay? You can do whatever you want. You may have had some control over some people in LA, but you have never had control of the rest of us. We just didn't feel cohesive enough, or not cohesive. I won't even say that. I just didn't feel knowledgeable enough about the facts to be that person. I'm not, I think it needed to be a survivor of the cult. It couldn't have been a never-in. It had to be somebody who has skin in the game, that has a right to say these things. And I feel a survivor of this cult, the reason we're here, the movement, who the movement is for, it needed to be one of those people to say enough is enough. And I think that's what we were waiting on. And like he said, there was a gray area. He said, no, there's not a gray area. There were so many of us trying not to get involved. And I feel like because so many of us didn't, maybe our silence allowed this to go on longer than it should have. I am reading y'all's comments. Sorry. Let me go back. Yeah, back here to here. I'm sorry. I left yours up too long. Well, I know. But here's the thing. Having gone through this myself, sometimes there's not enough outward evidence to be able to say this and this and this. That's the way these manipulators work, is they do a little here and a little there and a little here. It wasn't, I didn't even get to this point. So after this crazy chick left, we all started talking. I forgot to tell you, that's what's going on right now. We all started talking and we were like, oh my God, she said, you thought this about me, or you did this and you did that. And we were all like, it was all bullshit. It was all fake. It was all made up, and we didn't even know. So we can't blame anybody, because, a lot of times it's easier when you're outside looking in. Yeah. And see, me too. I mean, I feel sorry for the people in LA because they're literally having to deal with it on a weekly basis. You know, if they go down there, you know, that's what I feel bad about, is so much is going on. That's true. Yeah, and you know, they were trying to do the same thing. They were trying, you know, maybe this will work itself out. You know, you can talk yourself out of a lot of things. We all know that. Nobody's an expert here. Even the and a lot of us saw it. I saw it. But, you know, we had, like I said, there the people, especially like LA is a big group, all right? Plus the survivor community is big. And they have other relationships and things going on that I know nothing about. So I just never felt, you know, that I should even be involved. Um, right. And that's the sad part, Doug. We've been talking about that a lot. Is we've lost so many people because they were just tired of the BS and left. Because, you know, there's some people that aren't as involved and did as, you know, some of us are. You know, I was in it long before, for at least a year before the protesting ever started. So I did a deep dive for a long, long time. And good to have you, Club Brain Fog. Um, oh, yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. That was awesome. He's great. You know, he made me cry, y'all, when he said Miss Kim has a heart of gold. She's out there. She's doing that for me. Anytime is, and I'm like, you know what though? I am gonna say this. You don't know that for sure, do you? I'm just saying. You don't know everything there's to know about me. Yeah, you do. I'm pretty open. But I don't, there are certain things I don't bring on air. Like, I have lost my shit a few times and I've just been in there just going off with my husband. But I don't bring it on here. You know, I hold back enough that I don't, you know, I've wanted to do what Eric did today. I have. But it's not, this isn't the place for me. Maybe some people feel that it is. I just don't. But for the most part, my life is an open book. I have not had a very exciting life. There's not much to look at. And, you know, my last job, being with a military, being an army wife, being in the army for the reserves, I had to have a security clearance for that. My last job, I worked on the base in the police station. I did all the background checks on the base for all the soldiers for the war. I had to do I was part of a whole department that did the police reports. So I couldn't have been in too much trouble in my life if I had to have a security clearance. And they even had to check my credit. Geez, so I guess they thought I might get paid off. I don't know. Ellie. Let's see. What are you saying? I don't know. Because I'm married to it. Because I feel like, no, I don't want them to take it away. That's kind of the way I feel. Maybe it's just me. You know, I don't want to see it die. It might just be a personal bias of my own. Hey, Minnie, good to have you. I'm behind a little bit, you guys. Yeah, we can call it anything we want. Now, I've never put the logo on my channel. I never felt a big enough channel to really do that. I felt that I honestly felt like, I don't know. I just never did. Um, right, 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 right. That's baby Eric, yeah. And any of the new baby, yeah. That was said, well said. Right. I knew that wouldn't happen. I knew that wouldn't happen. The only reason I was staying silent is I didn't feel my voice would really add anything to the mix except more noise, you know, and I still feel that way. The only reason I'm doing this now is because somebody, you know, I think that has more skin in this movement than me, than Never In, has finally said, we're done. We're not doing this anymore. We're not supporting the BS anymore. We're going to get this movement back to where it used to be. And that's what we've all wanted. If we haven't said it, we felt it in our hearts. Yeah. And I said that to today in Eric's chat. I said, sadly, my silence may have let it go on a lot longer than it should. Maybe if I'd have felt more on solid ground with it, I would have said more. I still don't know stuff. I'm still finding out stuff. I'm like, what? I didn't even know Poe was gone. That I know that sounds horrible. I love Poe, and every time I got a notification, I would jump in. But my lifestyle and my illness, and a lot of you don't know this, I was bedridden for 14 years until they literally fixed me right before I started protesting. And the only reason I ever bring it up is I'm like, things happen for a reason. And I think if I hadn't been bedridden, I would have never found the anti-Scientology movement. 2.5 years ago, I didn't know anything. Then literally the month before the org opened here in Austin, across from the university, the implant in my back healed and I was able to go. And so there was a reason for that. What was I getting at? I can't remember why I was saying that. It was something about I didn't know enough. Because time can fly by so fast when your life is like very small. A month can go by and it doesn't feel like a month. So I guess it just hadn't clicked with me that I wasn't getting notifications from Poe, and nobody had said Poe was gone in any of the chats I was in. So, I try to watch recap shows as much as possible, but I don't always get to see all of them either. Not even Natalie's. I try to watch Scooter Moms as much as possible, because she supports the small channels too. Yeah, and that too. I knew when I started my channel that I knew in my mind that I needed to be prepared for trolls and attacks. That and my thought process all along is that when you have a big group like this, online, not online, whatever, because it happened to me in a friend group, you're gonna have different personalities. You're gonna have people that come in that have bad intentions. It's gonna happen. So I was prepared for it. I thought I was prepared for it. The first time I got accosted on the street, I didn't do the things I should have done to protect my safety. Thank goodness there's a young man, Colin. He's actually another homeless young man. He protected me. Or I don't know what would happen that day. I know. And the fact that he doesn't tell them to not go attack other people says a lot to me, or other creators. No, Minnie, don't. Just don't. And I'll tell you why. When you support somebody and you really you believe what they say, you can't. Because I was snowed over. That wasn't the only time. Sorry, I'm moving stuff around. I'm on like a chase. Because some of you guys are new here, and I have this C table holding my computer. This is my spot. And what I want to say. Oh, I want to get rid of that. You're here now. And, there were people that I liked and supported early on that haven't turned out to be good actors either. So, you can't, it's the same thing that I say about people who join the cult. Okay. I see people in the chat sometimes that are like, oh, how do these people be so stupid? How could they be so unintelligent to join a cult? And after reading Dianetics and talking to survivors in that chat about that book and how they got in, it's not anything to do with that. It's not a weakness. It's, people like them and people like the cult, they prey on people and their need, whatever need they can find. Who knows what it could be, camaraderie or, whatever it might be. To be a part of a movement, to feel like you're part of something. That could be all it is. And so I'm not gonna... Yeah, I heard that. Is that still true? Carrie Ann, are you in Portland? I know you're... I actually didn't know what city you were in. Yeah, I haven't heard anything from her, so I didn't know. Yeah, so I mean, we all have a little bit of blame to take. I think I'll say it for me, because in trying to navigate this myriad group of this large group of people and channels and stuff, it's difficult. Nobody has the time to sit and watch all of it. Yeah, Minnie, you can stop apologizing. You're here now. Don't worry about it. We're good. We're glad you're here. And maybe we'll get more when they get fed up. Yeah. There's a difference between vicious and just being passionate. Oh, yeah. Are you? Yeah. Well, you're in San Francisco though, aren't you? Club Brain Fog. Well, I was panicking when somebody said he was coming to Austin, and I'm like, luckily it's a big sidewalk. I wouldn't have to stand near him. So, I might be missing stuff, you guys. Releasing. Oh, of course. What? They don't do it for me. I don't know what I missed there. I don't know anything about it. So we'll see if it happens. Yeah, I mean, sometimes it takes time. You kind of talk yourself out of it. Okay, funny story. I'm trying to keep with you guys' comments. I'm not used to having this many people in my chat. I usually only have like 5 or 6. I don't know how to do this. I'm reading A Piece of Blue Sky. We finished Dianetics. And John Atack, if you've watched any shows, he was a member for about 9 years. He was never Sea Org or staff. And for the last 40 years, he has like studied, written books about L. Ron Hubbard and the movement. So we just started it. So the first chapter is how he got into Scientology. And I'm reading it on Kindle. And Scooter Mom, those of you that have been, if you're in it, I wanted them to pay attention to every time he talked himself out of something. When he said, well, I thought that was weird, but I just figured. Or, I just let it go. Well, I can highlight in different colors, and I've decided I'm going to highlight every one of those sentences in a different color, because it's easy to talk yourself out of little things, and it's little things that add up. Same thing happened with Crazy Witch that was in my group. It was a little thing here and there at first. Okay. Now I knew I had something major happen with the husband thing. So I didn't like being around her, but everybody else was like, oh, she was just a butthead at this time. Maybe she didn't really mean it that way. They did this for months, for some of them almost a year. It only took me 3 months to know I was done with her, but I couldn't extricate myself. So that's the problem. Now, what is going on now is it has happened to so many people. It has gone on for so long that we can't ignore it anymore. And that's where we are now. And it was going to have to happen that way. I don't think it would have happened any other way. We can be like, hindsight's 2020. We can be like, oh, maybe if we'd have done this sooner, maybe if somebody would have said this sooner. No, it just kind of had to happen organically, The right people had to be done at the right time. And he knows how to do this. He's done this 3-4 times now. He's an expert, and they are. I guarantee you, he already is looking for a new target. He will not leave here until he has a new target. Yeah. Yeah. And see, well, I mean, we're here because people are being bullied, in Scientology. I'm here. I hate to see people bullied. I hate to see people taken advantage of. And I said that a bit. I wanted to say that in that I did this short video to kind of put my thoughts out there. And I was like, I actually wanted to call it something about bullies, but I backed off. I didn't say it. Who announced it? Scooter Mom. Oh, okay. So I knew she got a job, but I thought it was here. So she got, okay. Well, that makes sense. Okay. Because I wondered why she hadn't come back to the org. Now, I know he can't protest anymore, but she could. And I'd expected this. I actually skipped a Friday night because I thought she might be out there, but I didn't ask her either. By the way, I was going to go back and listen, but Tom was talking at me. And somebody was saying something about somebody buying somebody a ring. Who were they talking about? I don't know if anybody answered me that. I'm just curious. I never did hear the name. I missed just the name. These people. Do you live in Portland, Carrie Ann? I'm not gonna highlight that. Hey, Eric, we're talking about you. Did yours burn? So, did you hear what I don't know how far behind I am right now. Geez, I'm really far behind. Geez, guys. Let me go back. So, what I was saying, Eric, because you can only say so much in chat. What I started out saying was, I think a lot of us, people like me, that didn't feel that I had enough of an opinion to say anything, even though I saw stuff months ago. It took somebody like you that has skin in the game, that is there, especially in LA, dealing with this every day. I'm finding out stuff I didn't even know because I don't watch a lot of the shows that talk about it. And when you started taking a stand and saying, we're not doing this anymore, we're not going to put up with the BS anymore, we're going to get back to what we're supposed to be doing, we're going to take back this movement. You should have seen me. I was in here, my husband, I was like, yes. Let me go back to the beginning. I'll go back and check y'all in a minute. That's what we needed. We don't, that's the thing about it. Was good that we don't have a leader and nobody's in charge, but we kind of needed somebody to finally say for us too. We wanted to say it a long time ago, but I've never known enough of the details. I've never known the ins and outs of the personal relationships to be able to say anything. And I've dealt with somebody like Scotty before, and this is the pattern. They manipulate from behind the scenes. They lie to they say this person's mad at you because, and this person's mad at you, so they won't talk to each other, when that was never the case. There was never a problem. It wasn't until that chick left town because we were done with her, and when we started getting our stories together like you guys are now, that we were like, what? And if we would have just talked to each other and figured stuff out, maybe this wouldn't have gone on. So man, you guys are chatting a lot. I'm not used to this much chat. I hope I'm not. Where's my mouse? Hello. There it is. Yeah, and that's another thing. So, but way back when SPTV was first created, I was in the chat, and I remember them saying that Scientology likes to buy up domains. So I bought a domain to start a website. And I kept trying to get with Claire Headley, and she would never get back with me. Then I tried with Aaron once, and then I just kind of let it go. Well, then somebody started the sptv.space, and I didn't want to feel like I was, encroaching, but I've decided to make one anyway. And I wanted it to be more of just a list and more of a hub where we could have like a calendar of events. If somebody's having an interview with somebody or somebody's doing something on their channel, they can put it in the upcoming events, that kind of stuff. And I feel like there might be room to have something like that. And Eric, you really touched my heart when and I talked about you earlier. You said Miss Kim has heart of gold, and I feel like what she's doing for me. I was like, I got a little teary there, hun. And that's always spurred me on when you or any of the others has said that. But I also said, but do you really know me? Just saying. No, I'm just saying, we have to know to a certain extent that you're not going to know everything about everyone on air. I keep things back. I've kept my opinion to myself a long time. I've been, thanks, Eric. And you too. But you, and something I was saying that I want to get back to, and I'm going to try to go back to the other comments. I don't want to miss anybody. Here's my thought process for me. This is just my opinion. If they are a never in, I got nothing for them if they're causing trouble. I don't care. I won't follow them. I'll let them sub. There's no point in watching them. They don't have skin in the game. We're here because of the survivors. Now, there's survivors that are causing issues too, or I won't say causing issues. What I want to say is the stuff I used to watch them for, they're not doing anymore. But I give them a little bit of grace. And I know you may not agree, Eric, because you're there dealing with it and you have a very, emotional response to what they're doing. I'm not there to feel it the same as you, but I support you. But, I will say I gave them a bit of grace because, you guys didn't grow up the best way, but at some point they have to take responsibility for their actions. So I didn't really want to sit here and name names in this stream because I don't know enough to be talking about people. Eric, what's going on. You know the ins and outs. I mean, there's so much I still don't know. I was just saying, I just found out like yesterday or the day before that Poe was gone. I mean, it didn't dawn on me. I wasn't getting his notifications and nobody said anything. That's how out of the loop I am. And I don't have time to watch hours and hours. I'm going to back up now, guys, and make sure I'm not missing anything. Way back. Let's see, where were we? Okay, you guys are talking to each other there. I'll let you do that. MOH, yeah. Yeah. Who's they? Go ahead and tell me. You can tell me that. I mean, I'm not going to say much. If it's information I need, I'll take it. I can't sit here and I'm still trying to not have too much of the BS on my channel. But, I mean, some things have to be talked about. I just don't want to bash people for just to sit here and bash. If it's information we need, fine. We'll do it. So is Austin. They say keep Austin weird too. And it is weird. Austin is not Texas. I'm going to tell you that right now. I live 75 miles north of Austin. Actually, from the border, it's only like 62, 65 miles. But I live 75 miles from the org. Yeah, you have to go back and watch Eric's stream today. I think that's a big turning point. Unless there were other discussions like that, and that's just the one I caught. I felt a big shift today in me, and I think a lot of people. Diana. We're still trying to figure out how to put training wheels on my motorcycle so I can ride it again. Oh, Fingy, hi. Alondra, hi. I missed you. Hey, Becky, hello. I'm having to back up because I wanted to see what Eric was saying. Let's see. But I think what we're seeing and feeling, at least for me, is a fundamental shift. I think everybody has kept so much in and kept out of so much in hopes that maybe it would figure itself out, or the people that are closer to it might figure it out. Because, like I said, I don't know. I still don't know everything. Hey, Cinderella, hi. I see you. And Cher, what's up? Oh, I just want to make sure I get everybody. Oh, Pup Grimmer, thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, so I've never turned on the ad revenue. I'm monetized, but I went to look at it. I'm so much of a procrastinator. It's ridiculous. But I was like, there was so many, like, oh, you can't do this, that, this, that. But to be honest, I think I stay within those lines. And there's so many people that want to get monetized that aren't. I feel bad. I think I'm going to go ahead and do it. I'm going to turn it on here soon. Another thing is I know there's a lot of people that can't afford premium, and I didn't really want to interrupt my protest streams with commercials. I don't know. So, oh, you said I love that, Miss Kim, but I've said so much stuff I don't know what you meant, Eric. I'm back and forth so much. Did I miss Aaron? Did I get you? Did I see you? And then I saw Pub. I was so late. I was putting my makeup on while I was talking because I popped into so many people's streams. I was running. It took me forever to get in the bathtub. Okay. See, I never started mine because I didn't want to step on Annie's comment. Hey, Nisa. Hello. And he gets a lot of emails. So I knew it was that. He has answered my emails in the past about some other things. I think it was when the org was starting and I was trying to get information. You got to be really good with your subject. But see, he doesn't get any help with his email, and I think he needs help. But I get why he doesn't want to trust people in his email. Are you talking about me, Cher? I try. Yeah. Oh, I know. My trolls hate me because I answer their questions. But yeah, I see what you said there, Doug. I think I'm not caught up, you guys. I'm sorry. Yeah, well, as soon as right after the encampment, when I found out that he had a channel called Streamer Wars, I was done. I unsubbed. I never watched him again. I wanted nothing to do with him. I mean, he pretty much told us what he was about with that. And I've talked about that. That I've never held back on as far as he's concerned. I do not care. Yeah. Yeah. If it's not, I'll go in. I've gone into some places. Hey, Fuzzy Pink, how are you? Well, I don't. That's a good one. I like that ASS, but not ever. The reason I like the SPTV a bit at first, the reason it was created is it didn't only cover streamers. I mean, it does, but I even as just a person in the chat that didn't have a channel yet, I felt when you name something, it gives you cohesion. And when we named it, or when the person in the chat named it, and there was a name, that's when it coalesced and people started feeling a part of it. And it really does matter that you have something as a banner, to get behind. X Isarat, hello. I hope I said that right. That's true. That's a lot of what I do. That's true. Yes. You're right. You're right. Well, I mean, they are what we have access to talk to. And so when they tell me, they appreciate what we're doing, it really does help. But no, a big part of what I do is because they're right across from the college. And the people that I talk to are students all day long, almost every stream. Um, oh, I know. I don't have to. I've seen Portland. I don't need to go there. I wanted to live in Oregon. I wanted to go live in Eugene or Salem, but my husband doesn't want to. I kind of did. I was saying that, when I was saying that I'm here for the survivors, and I feel that if never ends are causing chaos, then why are we putting up with it? They're they if I turned into a bitch and started causing problems, I would expect everybody to come for me, because I'm not a survivor. I don't have skin in this game, and you don't have to put up with me if you don't want to. Kind of like that. Yeah. Right. And I think it's finally come to a head. And that's what I was talking about. I've been through the same thing back in 1996, 97. And I quit having friends because of this crazy person who was just like him, that came into a group, caused a bunch of problems, lied there, had everybody at each other's throats, and then left. When they realized we were, check my phone. Sorry, I'm behind. By the way, I have a separate phone for streaming. I have a third line. And anybody that wants that phone number can email me and I'll give it to you. Because I know that if it rings, if somebody starts spamming me, I'll just ignore it. It's not my normal phone. Sure. You can come on if you want. Here, let me put this out there if anybody wants to jump in now. Now that I've said my piece. Yeah, and see, everybody's different. I've never watched reality TV. I have too much stress in my own life to do that. And that's kind of why I've stayed out of some of this stuff too. Oh no, sure. You been in the woods tonight? Do you want to come on? Scooter Mom? Eric, do you want to come on? Yeah, that's why we're here. We have to remember why we're here. Oh, thank you, Fuzzy. Thanks for that. But yeah, I mean, I really appreciate what you said today, Eric. I think you and some other stuff that I've seen this week, I think everybody's just fed up. We're just all fed up with it. I am. This is the first time I've ever been this opinionated. I've tried to stay out of it and navigate it as best I could and do my thing without letting them mess with me, which I haven't been, which has been nice. Yes. And that is important. And that's why we stream them. That's mostly the reason we stream, is hoping somebody will see it. Oh, I'd love to talk to you. I want to live in Oregon so much. Yeah. Well, the thing about that is I've seen enough survivors that have said that a protester said something to them and years later they got out. So I hope. Do you want to come on, Scooter Mom? Hello.
Hi. I wasn't going to. I was just going to
Oh, it's okay.
sit backstage
I'm almost caught up.
and bring up comments for
I've
you.
never had this many comments.
But then I figured out that I have to be on your login, and I'm not doing that. So for now. Hey.
Yeah. And you know what? That's my rule has always been on my chat that nobody comes in and trash talks other streamers, whether they have a good reason or not. And that has kept my channel a good space. I've had lots of people come in here and tell me, and I feel like if you're gonna be in this community, I feel like that needs to be a community-wide rule. That's just my opinion. Whether you guys want to do that or not, so that's up to you. I think I'm almost. If I've missed anybody's important comment, put it in here, and I didn't miss it on purpose. Really well, really well. No, I'm a never in. My quick story is 2.5 years ago, I've been sick since 2010, and so I was bedridden, and I never really was on YouTube that much. And something popped into my feed, and I did a deep dive. And then I was in the chat when SPTV was created, and then I watched right around the time protesting started in LA. I had a stimulator put in my back, and it was healed in January. And in February, a year ago, the Oregon Austin was going to open across from the University of Texas. L. Ron Hubbard bought that building 55 years ago. It wasn't an ideal org building on purpose because it was across from the college. And I was like, they are not going to get the claws into our young people. And that's what makes me go down there. Because it's a trek. I'm gone from my house. Good traffic. I'm gone 5 to 6 hours. When I hit bad traffic, it can be 7 or more hours. So it's a whole day thing when I go. So I'm a never in, and I just felt a need to go. And it's given my life purpose. I've not had anything. My grandkids moved away. They were my whole life for a long time. They moved away a couple years ago. Went to California, of all places. Yeah, I call myself an activist now. Okay, Eric, yeah. All right. If you need to go. All right. Bye, Tanya. Yeah, a lot of us have been in the chats all day. I know some of you have been. So, I'm trying to make sure I'm caught. Yeah. Yeah, I was watching during a little bit, and I literally, when DOA got the RO and said he needed help, I literally pulled over. I was on my way back from Austin, and I was looking at plane tickets. They were $800 one way, and I was like, oh, well, sorry. If it had been a couple hundred, I might have went and tried to help, because I thought I didn't know anything. And, well, I'm glad I didn't. Yeah. And I'm glad that people are speaking out and telling us what's been going on. I've had shock after shock after shock the last few days. Yeah, I know. And that's why if it starts to get a little too stressful, I'm like, no, I can't do it. Like, and that's a big reason I don't do it here, because I don't want me to be that stressed out, that upset to be that stressed out. So even now, even though I'm like, there's a part of me that's very angry. I'm trying not to let it show. Yeah, definitely. If you haven't, go watch Eric's live stream from a few hours ago. That's what I watched. That's what got me fired up. I already had this scheduled, but I was like, if y'all need to come over and we need to talk some more. There's things I need to know. Yeah. That's good. But yeah, so with the students, 80% of them at least know Scientology bad. And that's thanks to social media. But I have walked up on a couple being body routed, getting totally bamboozled, and I started spitting facts at them, and they literally walked really fast away. And so, and they're traveling too. They're going to the suburbs and passing out their pamphlets because we've shut them down. They don't ever have body routers outside. When I'll drive by before I go out, and they don't know I'm coming. And I never see body routers outside. I just don't understand how they get away with that. I think a lot of people do. And I think too many of us sat around and seethed in silence. And that's why I'm speaking out now, because I'm not going to be silent anymore. You know, I'm new to this streaming thing. A lot of us are, and I was trying to navigate it as best I could. I wasn't sure what I was doing. And now I just don't care. I don't care if tomorrow I have 100 subscribers. As long as I keep enough to stream, that's all I want. Right. Yeah. Yeah, we know that's enough. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I get that there's things going on, and that's another thing. I mean, there's people that have relationships behind the scenes that I don't have the right to have an opinion about. Now, if they were in my friend group and I saw them on a regular basis, yeah, I might have something to say to them, but I wouldn't be going on air and talking about them. I would be talking to them. That's the way I feel about it. Exactly. Because for him, it's reality TV. It's all about the drama. I hate that word. I like chaos, because it's worse than drama. There's drama, and then there's what he does. What he does is chaos. So, oh, thank you, number 11. Yeah, honestly, this is the most I've ever gotten irate, to be honest. I think. Have I ever gotten this? I don't think. Well, I mean, on stream when I've had people get in my face, but that's different.
Doug, if I never hear, "Are you entertained?" again, it'll be too soon.
Oh, does he say that? See, I don't watch him. I never really watched him. But I
said
watch
that.
people that. Does he?
He said that when he had that panel
Oh,
with Selfish and Snappy.
Oh, I watched that.
And Jay came on. Yeah.
I watched that. Yeah, I did. That was the first time I dealt with what was going on. I was like, you know, and I could have talked to Pro Snappy. Oh, well, yeah, yeah. I could have things to say about that, and I'm just not going to. But that would be me breaking my rules. Well, I've watched true crime too.
I mean, you know, you can put it in the private chat, and I'll say it.
Oh, Eric has been fired. Yeah, see, I didn't even know. I just happened to. Eric came up, and I clicked. What it is, I'm getting better notifications because I have a Samsung computer now that's connected to my phone, and so I get these big, huge notifications now in the corner of my screen. Where before I got a little tiny thing on my phone, and I would miss it. So I've been clicking around a lot more than I used to, and I've been shocked. I've clicked on channels that I don't normally click on. I just don't think to. And it's been a few weeks actually. And so and this is another reason I feel like I'm on quicksand, because I went to a channel one night, it was weeks ago, and they were saying something. They were doing their thing and talking. And then like a day or two later, I'm on this other channel that I wasn't normally on, and they're saying something about that person or something different than they're saying. And I'm like, what? How am I supposed to navigate this? It's not possible. It's not.
I'm sitting quietly because I'm adding links to the chat for X's.
Okay, cool. Cool. Is he? Oh, are you new? X's, are you new to like the community, or what's going on with? I
Yeah,
love new people.
new to the community. Came
So,
over from the true crime community.
other than tonight, this is not my normal show or my normal channel. Today I had a breakthrough, and I'm iced in Texas, which never happens, and I couldn't protest this week. Normally, all I do is I try to protest 3 times a week. I haven't been making it with the weather and stuff. Down in Austin because it's near the college. And then on Saturday night, I have a late night fun chat. We talk about aliens and just all kinds of weird stuff. But I had already scheduled this for fun. This is supposed to be just for fun when all this stuff has started happening in the last couple days. And I just felt the need to say something. And so, but normally my channel's pretty chill. You know what
Very
bothered
chill.
me? I listen to the little things. But again, when these little things don't add up. And it was after the first time he went to jail. And we all don't. I mean, we were early on in it, and I think I even donated. I don't remember. And he ended up it was by the time he got out of jail, it had been dropped, and he had made like 13 grand. And he did put some of that money to use. He made a lot of flyers and things like that. And I never give enough money that it's going to bother me. I don't think I've ever donated more than $20 at a time. And so it didn't bother me. But he said one time, he said to somebody else, he goes, "Oh, if you get arrested, you'll come out and you'll be rich." And I was like, okay. That was a long time ago. That was the first that was a year ago. Let it all out. Let it all out. Are you talking to me? I am. I could be worse, but I'm still trying to hold back a little bit. I don't want to be just bashing out for no reason. I can't go into a lot of the details. Really, we're all still protesting. There's a lot of stuff that had happened to people behind the scenes that I really can't tell. We're now up to, last I heard, about 100 protest channels. I don't know how many people dropped off though. The thing is, a lot of this stress X's has made some people leave, supporters and protesters and stuff. And it was beautiful at first and great, and everybody was getting along, but then and even if he hadn't come along, it probably wouldn't be this bad. I mean, I expected to have some personality conflicts, people not getting along. It's just going to happen with a big group. It's just what is going on is beyond that. It's beyond that. I can't. I'm not highlighting that, Jen. I know what you're talking about now. I am still behind. Sorry, guys. I thought I was caught up. Really? Good luck. You have to do work to do that. You have to do research and make a show. We do today. It rained, so I couldn't even come when the weather wasn't cold. So it rained like all day Tuesday, and tonight it's going to be 10 degrees. And I'm like, so it rained right before it got frozen. Thank God Tom didn't have to go to work this last couple nights. Well, that's true. It kind of is similar. If you go back and you look at some of the history and the stories, there's a lot of history there. You can find Eric Rader. Well, you're giving him the is the list still up on sptv.space? I still use it. I'm gonna go ahead.
I think so. I haven't looked in a long time.
I have pretty recently. I think it's still up. So sptv.space is a list of all the channels, and at the top, if somebody is live, it'll show who's live and you can click and watch them. What? See what I mean? Every little thing you think, you find out you're wrong. No, I didn't notice. Like I said, I didn't. I tried to watch LA a lot at first because those first couple of months. But then as people started coming in, I didn't, I couldn't watch. Each streamer was doing 3-4 hours. There was some streamers that would go in, that lived there, that would go in the morning for a couple hours and go in the evening for a couple hours, and I couldn't keep up with that. So I tried to jump in as much as I could and give them some support, but I could never support them as much as they were actually out there. Oh, you
Good night,
demanded off
Ingrid.
of that. Okay. Well, then I feel good about doing what I've been trying to do this for 2 years. Well, not 2 years. When SPTV, the name got created, I bought a domain to start a website, but I'm glad nothing came of it. So now I have to start over, but I can't do it by myself. I've never started a real website by myself. We need at least 4 or 5 people to help run it. And I just want to start the website and have it be just a place anybody can come for information, for like, because we don't always know, because there's so many channels. Like I'll miss somebody having a really good interview with somebody else, or an event that somebody's going to, or when people get together and protest in a group. I wanted to have a place like that where you could go and see who's doing what, not for personal stuff, but just channel, SPTV, Scientology stuff, or if there's any news links to news articles. If people want to submit, it would have to be more submitting of a lot of stuff, because that's a lot of work if you're going and find it yourself. I think if you want to submit something for the calendar of events, something like that, we'll have more talk about it later. I remember a lot of that stuff, Doug. I remember a lot of that. What about the creation date? Not sure what you meant. Good night, Janet. She's probably already gone.
Good night, Janet, if you're still listening.
Probably gone. Yeah, when I found out he was going after Tori today, I'm like, really? I mean, he just there's nobody he won't go after. And I'm like, that's the thing that I love about these people that I've found out, is they think in their own mind that everything they're doing is working well, and they can't do any wrong. In reality, everybody's looking at them like, dude, or they really do think that they're in control and they're running everything, and everything they do is above reproach, and no one will figure them out. And then when they do get figured out, then they run away. Hey, shooting the bits, how are you? All right, now I am gone. Okay. Wait. All right. Yeah. Where are you at, Kathy? Where are you snowed in at? Good night, Mary Ellen. Good night, John Boy. Yeah. Oh, she gave me 5 more. That's so awesome. Thank you, pup. That's so great. Then, if you haven't heard me say it before, I figured out that 20. Wait a minute. 20. Oh, wait. Oh, I saw her number. Pup Groomer 20. And
No,
I
it's
thought
5.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Because Eric was really nice on her channel today, and did that. I was like, wait a minute. Sorry, I wasn't looking right. But still, that's really great. So what I figured out was five memberships with the little bit that YouTube takes pays for my gas round trip to go to Austin and a little bit of parking. So I appreciate that.
Hi, Kathy.
And the one membership there will pay for my parking. So you guys are sponsoring my next trip next week when it warms up again. All right, I'm caught up now. I'm good, but some things happened today. Oh, check that out. She got it. She got one. All right. Did you just get one or did you already have one? That's cool. Oh, there's one. Hey, Bushman. So I'm caught up now. I've been a little distracted. I know. And that's why I like that so much better than donations or super chats, because we both win. Everybody wins. And I really like it. I think it's a great thing. So you guys get a member. I'm going to be doing a members only live. I have so many streams this week already. I had meant to figure one out for members only. That's one thing I've failed on a lot, is the members only, because I have such a small chat. I'm like, if I do members only, well, most everybody that's in my regular chat's members only already. Most of the time. All right. But so I've had my say, and all I can hope for is that things can only get better. Oh, neat. Yeah, somebody said earlier that in another chat that they get an email when you get it when you're not in chat. So you can get a free membership when you're not even in chat. But if you're like, I think subscribe to the channel, you can get one. And there's some sort of setting in your membership. I don't know how that works. So, did anybody answer that question for me about who was buying somebody a ring? Eric, you said it, and my husband was talking to me, and I missed who it was. I'm just because it's driving me crazy that I didn't hear the name. So the hubby's off tonight. I thought he was going to come in here. Can't turn on free gifts. I tried to find it. I couldn't find what it was. Okay, that's cool to know. All right. Well, I'm definitely since there's so many new members now. Okay. Maybe somebody did answer that. Okay. Thanks, Diana. Really? No. I've only brought trolls, like people that didn't have anything to do with this channel, that just came in to be irritants. I need some water. I'm talking a lot. I can't believe you guys are calling him Chumley. I think that's hilarious. I'm sorry. I don't feel bad when somebody is that much has hurt so many people. I don't feel any, I don't feel bad. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, there's a lot of good channels out there. And this is what I tell people when they find me for the first time, like when I go vertical or something. I'm like, look, I said, I'm 56 next month. And a lot of times they're younger, especially the kids I talk to. I'm like, if you go and you'll be able to find, I usually send them to sptv.space. I didn't know anything was going on over there. That's news to me too, because I didn't know. And I swear, I don't know if you saw it. I don't know if Eric's still here, but I said, we need to have a murder board. One of those murder boards where they have all the evidence in the red yarn, who did what here and who did this and who said that. That's how complicated it is. We would have to have that for me to understand. Oh, okay, Doug. That's what I thought I heard. All right. But yeah, I think we've turned a corner. I think the major, because I've always said many, many times, Scooter Mom, it's a broken record for her, but this community, for the most part, for 90% of this community, is decent and are here for the right reasons and want to be here for the right reasons. And the ones that don't want to be here for that, you're gonna figure out, and we did, or they leave because they're not getting, what they want out of it. And
Ellie.
I'm not gonna venture into discussing them. I just don't want to. Bushman. I know. And I hadn't, and I don't lie. I came back and told everybody recently that I finally did. I hadn't unsubscribed from anybody except Streamer Wars channels, or way a long time ago. But here recently, I went through, I have a big long list. There's people I've subbed 2 years ago that I just wanted to remember their channel, and I haven't really watched. And so to be in this movement, just to be like you guys, supporting these channels, you have to have a level of compassion in you and a good heart. You don't have to be the best person in the world. None of us are, to even be here. So what that did is it left an opening for predators. And I don't mean predators like child predators. I mean just predators in general. People that prey on other people's kindness. And I kind of knew that might happen, and I saw it happening. But then again, like I said, I'm over here all by myself, and I didn't feel like I had anything to say. And because the majority of what was going on were people that were there having to deal with these people. They're the ones that had to figure this out. And y'all finally did. Thank God. I thought it would happen sooner. But it was a lot different than my group was small. So it only took us a few months. This group is bigger and more varied in personality and reasons why they're here. And so there was a lot more space for him to really get intertwined in people's lives and really mess with people. But now he in his mind, he's not doing anything wrong, but he has gone after so many people. You can't ignore him anymore. There's nobody left. Mm-hmm. Me. I mean, I'm the only one he hasn't gone after that I know of, and I don't really care.
He hasn't gone after me yet.
Yeah, well, I just put a target on my back, so, but I don't care. That's the thing about me.
I put one on yesterday.
Yeah. And see, that was a lot of it too, I was like you guys, some of these people, I didn't know who, because I didn't know, like, who was spatting with who was with him and who wasn't, because I didn't know all of this stuff. I still don't know. I'm still probably going to get information and be shocked. So I still don't know stuff. So, all right, what was my point? I had a point. Oh, I had a point. Oh, I didn't know who was like a supporter of that stuff. I won't even say a certain person, just who was supporting all of that nonsense and who wasn't, because I wasn't in on a lot of that information. I didn't watch all of these channels all the time. And if I didn't catch them talking about it, and then if I did see people talking about it, could I trust what they were saying? Because like I said, I went to one channel and they're saying one thing. I go to another channel and they're saying the opposite. So how am I supposed? I'm not there in person to be able to understand what is going on. So it took Eric and some other people that are there to finally come out and say, this is what's going on. There's enough is enough. We need to quit. We need to stop supporting this bullshit. Good night, Cher. I know it's a weeknight for most people, so it's my weekend. So, yeah, Kathy, me too. But here's the thing that I did say, because early on with him and some other people who were more aggressive than I would ever be, I did feel early on, right there at the early part, that the theater and maybe the loudness was kind of necessary at first to kind of bring in some of the attention. But it's not something that you can sustain for a long time. It's too much animosity and too much not really focusing on why you're there, you know? So, and I know, regular protesting is boring. I mean, it is. It's not going to get me a huge channel. It never will. But that's not why I'm doing it. And I don't think that's why most of us are doing it. I thought it was great when I had enough to go live. And I'm happy with that. As long as, I can go do what I'm doing and I get a few people to watch me, I'm good. That's what I want. But I do know coming up on my 1 year, I'm trying to think outside the box on what can we do to jumpstart this movement to really get some eyeballs on it. And we've been talking about that a little bit on my channel. Yeah, I've heard a little bit about something that happened with them staying with somebody. I can pretty much just tell you what is anybody that's probably tried to help him, he's screwed over, is what it sounds like. Has he not screwed over somebody at some point? I mean, I don't think anybody. Yeah, that's true, Mama's girl. Oh. So they don't only just screw them over, they try to just get into their life and screw it up as much as possible. That's part of control. It's part of
Yep.
control. And they don't care what they're doing to somebody. It's just the fact that they can do it. Oh, it's beyond petty. It's not petty. It's a psychological need to control people. I'm hoping Poe will come back. He doesn't have to do the Scientology stuff. He had a lot of other stuff that he did. Yeah, I saw that
From what
too,
I
Kathy.
hear, he's done with YouTube.
That's too bad. I really liked
Yeah,
him.
me too.
Oh, I like your name. So what I was going to talk to you about, fraud, was, so I go and I've been lately, I have been to where I would just ignore stuff. I put my head in the sand for a long time and I just didn't even go look for stuff. I didn't want to know. So lately I've been going and looking and listening and not chatting and lurking and trying to kind of figure out what's been going on. And I like people's comments. Mr. Fraud, I've been liking lots of your comments here, certain places.
Kim,
If you don't,
my
huh?
connection is really bad. I'm just going to go back to the chat.
Okay. All right.
StreamYard is not liking me today.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, that's too bad, Doug. That really is too bad. Maybe if things calm down, maybe we can entice him to come back. But it is a lot. It is some work. I mean, he has a lot of things he does in his life. So, I mean, it could be more than just that. Oh, really, Ellie? Okay. Well, you know, and I didn't want to dunk on any survivors, even if they were doing stuff I didn't like. And I still don't want to. I'm hoping that that person comes back around because I liked her content before that. I learned a lot from her about trauma and stuff. And if she gets back to doing that, I'll go back and watch. I'll go back and subscribe. But I need to see a difference. Because you can't grow your channel on just, okay, I don't know how, maybe, I can't say that because I think DOA's channels, I think he has a pretty decent following. But you know what I think about that? Those are not people that are here for the anti-Scientology movement. They are here for the train wreck. Yeah. Mold spurs. I like that. I like that. Here's the thing, and they always do it. It's a pattern. They come in, they play nice, they get in the friend group, and I'm talking about from personal experience back in my day. Then they start getting people, telling this person, like they said, oh, Kim doesn't like you and they didn't like something you did. So that person stops talking to me. So I'm like, well, why are they treating me like that? And then this person, she does it over here. And that way that person controls the narrative so they can control what's going on. But eventually they go too far. They think they get such a big head and they think they're so big and bad and they're so in control and this is great that they go too far. They keep going, they keep going, they keep going until you finally can't ignore it anymore and you're like, really? And everybody's and by then there's no good left to support. So they're done. They're done. He's done. And I guarantee you it's not going to be long before he's gone. Yeah, me too. Me too. Yeah, me too. Yep. Yeah, that too. Exactly. No, I couldn't know. I never really watched his channel. I subbed to everybody that was on the list. And usually if I was watching the LA streamers, because he was usually doing something, he never really paid attention to his camera that much. I would go to some of the other smaller streamers that were there if there was a group. And I would go to that. Yeah. And I've seen it happen. I've seen it because I stopped having friends. I watched it happen to others, and it's the same pattern every time. I'm going to talk about, I have another stream for, I think tomorrow, where I'm going to actually talk about what I just did, but I'm pretty much going to talk, but I'm going to go into the actual personality disorder behind it. Now, people are like, don't be diagnosing people. I'm not going to. I'm diagnosing the person that I dealt with and what I researched because I saw my daughter doing it. After that girl, after my sister, and I knew my sister, and my sister, when she was a child, had these traits. So it's something, having a home daycare and dealing with a lot of kids, and I know this sounds horrible, but either I've seen kids that, like my sister, either they were born missing something or they missed something very early in their development. And I'm talking as a baby. Like this little girl I had in my daycare, she was not wanted. And her mother, she was getting a divorce when she was born. And she was a soldier who was divorced. And she would keep the older kid and send the little girl, it was like 3 or 4, back home all the time. And she knew she wasn't wanted. And there was something missing in her eyes. Same thing with my sister. My mom got pregnant right before their divorce. And she was an oops baby. And there was just something missing in her. And I'm not getting something. So in high school, when I wanted to go to college, I actually wanted to go into psychology. But I wanted to go into research. This was the 80s, so we didn't have the internet. And I wanted to go, and they've done it since and found that I wanted to research like serial killer brains to see if their brains were abnormal, kind of stuff. That's the kind of stuff I was interested in the 80s. So that's always been something that has interested me, nurture versus nature, or, if they're born. Also, there's a couple true crime people that will look back into a suspect's history, not to give them a pass, but to see if they had a childhood head injury, especially to the frontal lobe. So these things actually interest me. It's not just to talk about somebody. Yeah. Yeah, and see, that's something you have to be very concerned about. We think that won't happen, but it does. Yeah, I don't blame you, Bushman. I regret when we bought this property. I don't know why. What it was is we didn't know we would be here this long. My husband was stationed here. We didn't know he'd be stationed here 17 years. And I wanted to keep my kids in the elementary school they were in. If I had known we were staying this long, I would have went to the country. I hate living in the city limits. Yeah. I need to watch that. That interests me a lot. But they have since. Now they can do MRIs. Back then, I don't even know if we had MRIs. I think you had to actually take the brain and look at it after they died. But so the mental health aspect is me. It just does interest me. And, I got my own mental health issues. I think everybody does. I mean, I think it's just modern society is just so stressful. So stressful. My illness gave me a lot of, I got sick overnight. I literally was working full time, teaching adult Sunday school, left work in an ambulance, and I was bedridden for the next 14 years. It took them a year to diagnose me. So that takes a toll on your brain. So I got sick in 2010. I didn't go in the hospital the first time till 2013. And I actually volunteered to stay 2 extra days to make sure the meds were working because I have a lot of side effects to meds. And then another time later on, just my depression went off the chain. So I don't fault anybody for having any kind of mental anguish or anything like that. And I think that might be a big thing about the Scientology stuff. We read Dianetics here recently, and, he really does a number on people. That guy, and, the guy's a master manipulator. Yes. That was the best thing I've ever heard. I heard John Atack, I think, say, or Natalie or somebody, and they said it was a really good depiction of a cult because this guy he interviewed people from cults. And he said the Scientology cult and another cult, and he said there are 16 personalities. But in a cult, you'll only find one. Everybody has the same personality because the leader is making clones. But he went and he studied a regular Christian church, not any of the ones that are like the cult churches, regular Christian church, and he found all 16 personalities because nobody's in there trying to control. You go there, because I've been a Christian my whole life. We go, we worship, we feel good. I learned to be of service of my fellow man and love my neighbor and all the good stuff. So you don't end up like a cult member. Yes. Or they create them. If you read the book the way I did, he creates the mental issues. He creates an environment that causes constant re-stimulate. He causes trauma and then constantly stimulates it and constantly has them in this state of fight or flight. So that literally he even said, if you're in this state, part of your brain shuts down and you're easily manipulated. But that's he was literally telling us what he was doing. L. Ron Hubbard in Scientology. And when we read that chapter, the group, because we were reading together, we were like, oh my gosh, he's literally laying out the map of what he's doing. So, and that too, Doug, you know, people that want to see the train wreck will support him. And I've been in chats, you know, where I lurked and I'm watching these people and they're like, "Oh, we're with you, you know, we support you. Don't, you know, you're doing," and I'm just, so they're getting oh, there's a word. I'm not good with big words, y'all. The chat is giving them, oh, I can't think of the word I want. I know you want, you'll come up with it. Rubinetics. That sounds good right now. Man, that sounds good. Yep. Yep. He's done this before. And I don't know if you guys know, but yes, that's a good way to put it. The chat's adding fuel to the fire. They're giving the chat's giving them legitimacy, making them feel legitimate in what they're doing. That too. But yeah, that's why they stream for, so I could not, guys, I've been on a stream with Scooter Mom for like 7 hours, but literally most of the time it was just her and I. It was like two friends on the phone. I wasn't sitting there just with the chat by myself. I'm like, I couldn't imagine. Well, no, I can't say that. I like talking to you guys, but it's fun. It's I don't know. They get something out of it, something different than what I get. I mean, to me, when we do this, because I keep it as drama free as possible, this is more like friends hanging out, you know. And we had a little problem today that I needed to talk about, but you know, I try not to let it get too out of hand, even though I have a head. God, I have a headache now. Oh, you know what? I think I have some ibuprofen right here. Oh, you know what? I never took my meds, y'all. Yeah, that's true. That's true. That could be it too. They you know, and we're here for that too. I mean, yeah, I could never do that. I mean, I don't. There's been a person or two in my life that I've hated, but I guarantee you, one of them was where I worked. Nobody I worked with would have ever known. I kept that crap to myself because it didn't serve a purpose. The guy, I just, he wouldn't listen to me, and I just let him F up until they couldn't ignore it anymore, and they dealt with it because he wouldn't listen to me, and nobody else would listen to me that he was effing up. Ugh. Chat validates his bad behavior, and they in turn feel part of him. Scott also tells you exactly what he is doing. He's a magician, just like L. Ron Hubbard. You know, they're evil smart. They're evil geniuses. That's the problem. They know what they're doing, but they are not doing it for any good reason. And I'm sorry, but anybody comes at me trying to defend any of those people that are being hateful, I'm going to be like, okay, you tell me what in this realm is he doing any good? All he's doing is showing Scientology exactly what Scientology says the people on the outside are: evil and mean and liars. Sorry, guys, I was supposed to take my meds at like 8. And if I don't, I feel like crap. That's the thing about, whoops. I brought my box out here. That's the problem about having an incurable disease and other things. And Becky, This kind of started with me when you came on Scooter Mom's channel. The stuff that you know, you and Eric and people there on the ground dealing with this every day, telling us finally everything that's been going on has helped. I mean, I saw a lot of it, but like I said, I never felt, you know, that I had enough information to have an opinion. I just knew it's kind of like I said, the students that go by Scientology, they know Scientology bad. They can't tell you specifics. It was kind of like me. I knew certain channels bad, but I couldn't tell you specifics to prove it. Like, I just found out he went after Tori. Who goes after Tori? I mean, how evil could she be? I'm sorry. I don't watch a lot of her stuff, but I've seen enough of her to know. Don't drink the Kool-Aid like your name. Oh my God. Oh my God. Yeah. Yeah. That's what I try to do too. You know. You know, and I watched you a lot. You're the one, I know you thought what it was is you started talking to the camera. And even though they probably couldn't hear you inside, and you were just saying stuff to the camera like, you should come out. It's great out here or something. I don't remember. And I was like, that's a neat idea. And I started kind of doing something similar. Not exactly, but you know, because I didn't know what I was doing. You know, I didn't know what to, so I started talking out loud more instead of just kind of standing there with a sign, which is what I started out doing. Because I forgot to put this back together. This is what happens when you have a long-term incurable disease. You have a med box like this. Of course, there's supplements in here too, but ugh. Ugh. But yeah, yeah, we all saw it. We all saw it. The problem was, you know, we're all in our cities and other places doing our thing, and you know, somebody little like me and little like you and little like this person over here saying something isn't going to change anything. And all it would have done is caused more problems, I think, at least for me. You know, it would have just drawn a target on our back. I didn't want to do that either. I'm not ashamed to say it. I mean, I didn't know who was involved, who wasn't. And so I just wanted to stay out of it. I still have that headache, you know, but I've been doing this long enough. I feel like I'm involved enough. It's been a year. I feel like I now have an opinion. I have the right to have an opinion. I think, Doug, here's the thing. Like I said, there's a pattern. And now that we're all talking about this and we're done, there's a good chance that might happen. I don't know. I had an evil thought. I don't know if I should say it on air because shit on air is forever. But I shouldn't say it. It's really kind of evil. It's really kind of evil. I don't know. He left her once before. Or he'll get her to go with him. The thing is, he'll turn on her too. He will, if he hasn't already. She'll get tired of him, but it's going to take her longer. Because she's, you know. But eventually those kind of people can't even keep a significant other. Because they'll turn on them too. It may take her a lot longer. But there, you know, if he doesn't want, he'll come up with a really good story that he wants to go somewhere. Well, the best we can do, you know, here's another thought I had today about Eric. It made me want to get on a plane and come out there. I feel like getting a bunch of people to go there and protest him. to let him know he's not wanted there anymore. En masse. I would do it. That's how strongly I feel about it. We better watch it, Doug. I won't highlight that. Yeah. Did he now when they say that the convoy that I hear him talk, so was he involved in that trucker convoy in Canada? I thought it was something else. I get kind of confused with the shit that he's been. Go away, antivirus. I scared him off. Good. Oh yeah, I was like, I heard he was coming here, and he still might come here. I'm like, whatever, man, but I'm gonna tell him exactly what I think, and he can stay on his side of the building, and I'll stay on my side of the building. And if he messes with me, I'm calling the cops on him for harassment. Watch me. I'll have his ass CT'd from me. He did the U.S. convoy. Okay, I don't know what that was. Oh, see, I didn't know about that. Knockoff one in the U.S. I didn't know about that. So my parents were truck drivers too. If you've ever seen the movie Convoy, it's from the 70s with Chris Christopherson. That was my life. My first vacation, I was 8, and I was reading the map for my stepdad from Ohio to Florida, and I could tell him where to go, even in the city. Yeah, that's what I heard. He missed the flight, really. He's going to pay for a flight and miss it. So Carrie Ann is in Portland. Am I getting that right? I never knew exactly where she was at. Phoenix? Ottawa? I dare him to come here. FAFO. Yeah, there's a lot of things happening in Long Island. Yeah, a lot of people disappeared there. Okay, got it. I didn't realize you were still here. So, I was telling you earlier, I really like your bracelet. So, what I use, and see, I'm still kind of a beginner. So, I use, my pieces are separate. I don't know if you can see this. All right. So, you can't see it. So, I use a separate piece that goes around here and then a crimp bead, and you can see wire. And I realize you have a piece that's one piece that's longer, and I like that because I like that. And I'm gonna see if I can find those pieces. I don't know if I just didn't see them when I was buying all my stuff. Woo! What a night! How come you didn't jump on?
I was tired. I fell asleep for a little while.
Oh, did you? Okay. I still got 30 people on here.
Do you really? Right now?
Yeah.
Holy
I just looked. I didn't realize it. Because a lot of people went to bed because it's a weeknight.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
You want anything?
Oh, wow. No, I'm good. I haven't even taken one drink of my drink. I've been talking too much.
Oh crap! I forgot.
Well, I like that it says SP too because that's in my name. That's one of the reasons I got it. Oh, Scooter Mom said hi.
Hi.
The fancy findings. Oh. Okay. Well, I haven't bought very much online. Most of my stuff I've either bought at Hobby Lobby or Walmart, and I've got so much stuff. When we go into any of those stores now, I do not go to the bead section because I cannot afford to buy anymore. But yeah, I did a serious research on where I wanted to live. I looked at earthquakes because I was in the 89 earthquake in California. I'd gotten there 2 days prior. I looked at weather. I wanted to find some place that didn't get too cold or too hot because I hate Texas heat. And I settled on Eugene, Oregon. And that was years ago. I've been wanting to move there forever, but my husband doesn't like the government there. That's one thing. We love Texas itself. I've spent 30, we're in 96 or 26 now, right? 2025? Is this 2025?
Yes.
Okay. We got here in 93. So 32 years. We've been here 32 years. And I've spent 8 months every year inside. And it has ruined my mental health. We were supposed to go to Fort Lewis, Washington. And they closed the post we were on in California. And so they'd sent so many soldiers there from that post that 3 weeks before we moved, they gave us new orders for Texas. And I didn't know he would be here 17 years. In 21 years of military, I've been to 2 duty stations. Yeah, other people get to move. I didn't get to go anywhere. I moved twice. From home when we got married, he was already in the Army in California to California. From California to here, that was it. Never got to go overseas. Never got to go to anywhere. Ugh. You guys. Further west? Okay. Yeah. Well, I knew because my daughter's like, oh, I can't stand rain. Blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, well, you have to be. Oh, and I knew that where the fault line ran, you had to worry about tsunamis in Oregon. So that's why I picked kind of far inland. So my husband wanted to go to Idaho, but we found out it's really expensive there. It's one of the most expensive places. We got to get out of Texas. I just want to, we have a huge travel trailer. I just want to go full-time RV. We've had it for 5 years now, and we've never used it. Like 3 times. It's ridiculous. I'm thinking about parking it somewhere and just Airbnb-ing it out. Because we're near a military base, a big one. We could probably rent that sucker. Yeah, I figured. So, I didn't, anyway, I don't want to talk too much. Like I said, I try not to talk too much about other people as much as I can. You know, but I'm not perfect. I'm only human. I have so much I could say, and I don't want to. I'm trying, because the internet is forever. I've never deleted one of my videos. I'm just that, I have this very, very narrow moral compass that if I promise something, even to myself, I stick with it. Like, I jumped out of an airplane on my 30th birthday, and my instructor thought I wasn't going to jump. But what he didn't know was I had already promised myself if I go up in the plane, I'm not coming down in the plane. Because Tom's laughing.
We don't have the same hang-ups.
Did you hear him? He goes, we don't have those same hang-ups. He might have come back down in the plane. I gotta find that VHS tape so I can put it over on DVD. Just some personal stuff I had to deal with people that it's just something that happened between me and them, and I'm not gonna throw it all out. Maybe later things calm down. But anyway, so, and plus it was because I didn't do tandem. So I did what they call accelerated free fall, where you take about 5 hours of classes, and then when you jump with 2 instructors, and you do all the commands. You're literally straddling the door, and you're doing all the commands. When you jump out, they jump with you, and they stay with you. I think they're actually holding on to me. But you're doing all the movements. Like when you look at your altimeter, I had to learn how to do this. So when you're doing this and you look at your altimeter, you have to do this, because if you leave one arm out, you'll flip. So I'd look at it, right? And then when it was time, I pulled the chute. And then once I pulled the chute, I was on my own. But I did have a guy in my ear telling me which way to go. And that jerk off, I get motion sickness. Nobody told me to take Dramamine. I'm a dumbass. And he had me going in circles left and right and made me sick. But anyway, I paid a lot of money for that. And I paid extra for the cameraman. I'm like, there is no way I'm shelling out all this money and I'm coming down that plane. So when I promise myself that I'm going to do something, I'll do it. So I've never deleted a video. I said I've never, when all this stuff started, that I wasn't going to unsub from anybody, that I was going to support all of them. But when it went on to months and months and months of it, I was like, finally, I even said it on one of my live streams when I was in Austin. I said, okay, I finally did it. I unsubbed from some people I went through. There was peripheral channels that I subbed to because they were kind of like supporting SPTV that aren't anymore. Some people that just have had content I don't agree with. And, you know, so I finally went through and I unsubbed from a few people. But it took me a year. I regularly give out Dramamine in Becky's chat. Oh, I carry Dramamine now. I get in the car and I take Dramamine. But so when I landed, and I had to, I landed so good, y'all. So when you see somebody landing in the movies or whatever, at the very end, they land real soft because you flare, you pull down on the chute, which makes you kind of come up a little bit and then you land. I did it perfectly, but I was so grateful for being on the ground that I literally flopped over. I was so happy. And then you immediately have to jump up and start grabbing your chute so you don't get drug off. This jerk, there was 2 students per jump. They gave the other student this big circle. They landed me going at a barbed wire fence because this is out in the country. And I landed 8 feet from that barbed wire fence, y'all. And the jump before mine, there was a couple students. And we watched him go and go and go over the hill. They found him 5 miles away. I don't know what he did wrong. But I felt safer than bungee jumping. I'll tell you why. Because the instructors jumped out with me. The camera guy jumped out with me, but I didn't even count him. And I jumped out. Between the 3 of us, we had 6 chutes. So we had our initial chute and we had our emergency chute. So I do spin a lot. I can't even watch somebody spin. I'll get sick. So I felt safer doing that than bungee jumping. Yeah. But, and you know, you only feel like you're falling the initial jump out because the plane's going one speed and then you're going a different. But after that, all you feel is wind in your ears. It was cold too because I had to do it a couple weeks before my birthday in February because Tom was leaving for Korea or something. I'm trying to remember. He's been gone so many times, I don't remember. So I had to do it a little bit early. It was cold. It was chilly. And it's chilly when you're 15,000 feet in the air. My ears were frozen when I got to the bottom. Zip lining. Yeah, like I need to do a zip line. I haven't done one yet. There's one in Austin somewhere. Yeah. See, that's the thing. I'm real boring. I'm a real boring type person. But every once in a while, I have to do something crazy like that. You know, every once in a while, I just have to let it out. You know, let the inner me out. And go nuts, and then I'm good for a while. Like when I rode my motorcycle, I rode by myself. I didn't know anybody that rode. I had to teach myself how to ride because my dad showed up. He was dying and didn't tell me and signed his motorcycle over to me. That was his sole vehicle for 10 years, but he had an accident and lost fingers and almost died. So he almost died, so he gives me the motorcycle. Make sense. So, and then he left. And I had to teach myself to ride it. So my first accident was a rookie mistake. It was totally my fault. Oh, Costa Rica in the rainforest. Oh, that sounds awesome. I've seen people do that. Oh my gosh. Becky always knocking us over and dropping us. Boy, there's some contact sport in Becky's chat. What y'all doing over there? I know. I haven't gone back and watched that yet. Well, what's funny, I have to be careful. I've been around the army since I was 17. I enlisted on my 17th birthday. So 17, 56, 40, almost 40 years. Oh, really? Was it like a bet? I fished when I was a kid. I need more excitement than that. So yeah, I'm better now, but oh my gosh. And I'm good when I'm like at work and stuff, but at home, man, and when I get mad, my mouth, I have potty mouth, really bad. Really bad. So yeah, Christopher, oh, he's about 2 or 3. And it's like Saturday, so he just woke up. We were still laying there and the bathroom was between, and we hear him in there. He goes, "Where the hell's my toothbrush?" In his little kid, "Where the hell's my toothbrush?" We're like, we're trying not to let him hear us laughing our butt off. We're like, we had to watch our mouth. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah. You don't shock me. But yeah, it took me years before I said a curse word at work. They kind of like made me do it. They're like, say it, say it, say it. It wasn't even like I said it on my own. Yeah. My daughter had a boyfriend. I'm not joking. He's the one that made me worse. I was pretty good up until this point. And this was after she had kids, so she, and him and his friends would come over here because she was living here. I've never heard anybody use the F word that much ever in my life, in multiple lifetimes. I mean, literally, if he said a 10-word sentence, he said the F word 6 times. F and the, F and to, F and the place, F and... I've never heard anybody use F word that much. It was like the only word he knew. And it made me worse being around it. Yeah, especially in the Army. Matter of fact, when I had my job at the police station, I'm in a civilian office. And so it's very common there. And so I would get the soldiers coming in and talking like they're in the motor pool. And I'd have to get on them. There's people in there, civilian women, it was mostly women, that weren't in the Army or affiliated with the Army. They're just got a job on post. So I'd have to get on them about their mouth. I chewed out a first sergeant one time, and for having a loud conversation on his phone one time, and I stuck to my guns because I had a sign up, no cell phone usage in my office. It was a very small waiting room, and then the rest of the office I did a lot of the customer service too. Like if you were at Fort Hood between 2002 and 2010, you probably met me. Because I did just about everything in there. Except dispatch, which is what the officers did up front. Oh, that's okay, Minnie. People come and go. I grew up with parents who rarely swore and never in my presence. I guess I followed their example. I grew up around my grandmother who didn't. She was a very Christian woman. So, and I think my mom did curse. But I never cursed in front of my mom, even though she had a mouth. I had that respect where I wouldn't curse in front of my mom or my grandmother. And that's just the way. That's called old lady syndrome. When you don't give enough anymore. And I have that. Yeah. Some of you, since I got quite a few people in here, my regulars know this. I said when trolls have tried to come in and mess with me, or when they've tried to mess with me on the street, I said what they don't realize is they are messing with a monster. And what I mean to say is I've spent my whole life following the rules, being in the Army. I was in ROTC in high school, being self-disciplined, never getting out of line. I haven't even had a speeding ticket since 1990. Never been arrested, never done anything wrong. And then I've spent the last 14 years in my room. Well, 14 years before this year, up to 2024. And what they don't realize is so not only that, I'm old, I have an incurable disease, I have no job, I have no little kids at home, I have nobody relying on me. Going to jail, not that big a deal. Because guess what? I'd also be a first-time offender. So don't come for me. Because I will unleash 56 years of holding it in. Just saying. And I've said that to a couple people when they've tried to troll me. Yeah, I know. It's just like the Army. It's just like the Army. I know. My husband used to go out with this friend. We were so poor when we got here because he was still an nothing. They would go fishing for dinner. We needed that. But he would go, and so his friend could have 2 poles when we didn't have to fish. His friend would just do it for fun. But there was times he brought fish home. And they would just sit there and drink whiskey, and Tom would just sit there with him and not even fish. He hates fishing. The reason he hates fishing, his dad took him fishing every day of summer when he was laid off, and he hates fishing now. Now, so my mother-in-law, my daughter went and visited her when she was a teenager. She went home, and she was in the bedroom, and my mother-in-law was in the fridge, and a shelf fell in the fridge. And what did she say? She cursed at it like G did or something. And Devin was just like, and so she was like, and a little while later, she goes, "Did you hear that?" She's like, "No, I didn't hear anything." I never heard my mother-in-law curse in front of me. Wow, yeah. I tried to do that with my kids. It didn't work. Now, I was very careful, like when I had home daycare and stuff, and at church. I was very into church, and I was so trying to curb my cursing. I tried. I tried so hard. Aaron, that's no fun. It's the fishing, not the catching. Yeah. Yeah, I don't like hearing the F word. So I really don't. When they start, so what it was is we had a very Christian lady in my department, and when she left, like my boss was a retired first sergeant. She was female, and some others and so as soon as she was gone, the F words just started flying, and I was like, I kind of like coming here and not hearing it. Oh well, can't tell people what to say. Yeah, I know. I say it, but I don't like to hear it. I really only say it when I'm like hyped up or angry or something. I don't really say it like in everyday conversation. Or I get frustrated. Yeah, you hate it when your heroes mess up, Yeah. At least we're trying. That's why I said people in life. We used to talk about this in church all the time. People think Christians, people going to church, should be perfect. And the problem, and what we discussed, I liked my Sunday school. We did a lot of discussion, and we were like, everybody is on a different level in their path, to being a Christian. We're all imperfect, you know? And so, and that's why I hate Christians that push their stuff on other people, you know, and use it as a weapon. I hate that because they're not perfect either. You know, they're not. The self-righteous ones that want to get on top of everybody else. I'm like, I've never done that. If somebody wants to listen to my testimony, I'll tell them, but I'm not going to force it on anybody. We're talking about fart. And I was like, I'm trying to, you know, especially with the survivors coming out of the cult, that's why I try to give them a bit of grace in the way they're handling things, because of the way they grew up, especially if they spent their whole life. I mean, they're messed up. They may never be right, especially after listening to John Atak. He said, without help, you may never get the cult out of your head. So, you know, I'm not angry with any of the survivors that are doing what they're doing. I'm disappointed. I'm just disappointed. And I choose not to watch it. You know, I'm not bent out of shape. I'm not angry with them. Now, if Eric wants to be angry, he's a survivor and he's dealing with these people all the time. More power to him. Yeah. Oh, yeah. And there's places I'm careful. And same thing. You know, I know when not to do it. I never do it I try to never do it when I'm out protesting. It's like tonight I did, and I kind of try not to do that much, but I was highly emotional tonight. Yeah. Yeah. Yep, there's that too. But yeah, I don't expect everyone to be perfect. Now that's one thing that drives me bananas. So I've watched people streaming somebody else's stream, different people, not just one, and they are picking apart everything they're saying or doing, like every sentence. Or they talked about something they did in a stream that I watched, and what they're saying and what I saw are two different things. You can pick apart something somebody does when you have a skewed view of it. When you have your own view of it with your own emotions attached, you're going to see it differently. And you can pick anybody apart if you really want to. If you want to tear something apart or pick it apart and talk about it and look at it in the most foul way possible, you can. And that just drives me crazy. Somebody might be doing something that there's nothing wrong with it, and somebody over here is making it look like they're the devil. I really hate that. They could do that with me. Oh, I see. I didn't even know they were on the outs. It's because I'm not up on that stuff. Man, what we need is a SPTV info channel. Just info all the time. You keep passing the SOB near me, you're going to F around and come short. Nah, I have no filter. I can get loud and pissed off. It's taken a lot on this channel, a lot. It took my work stuff, you know, because at work I left stuff at home. It took a lot for me to hold this stuff in and not talk about it on my channel. And because I just didn't want it to be that. We need rotating hosts because it would be exhausting. SPTV social news. There you go. Or maybe a page on the website, like I said, the murder board. Who's on the outs with who and why? You know, who's not getting along? Nah, that's too soap opera for me. I could never do it. But I'm just joking. But yeah, because I'm like, there's so much. I still have a headache. Y'all. Where's the hubster? I need him to ring. bring me something. I thought he was going to pop on. I had him as a special guest. He's let me down again. Last time I had him on, he just had surgery and he was a dud. He knew he was a dud. He's like, I just wasn't feeling good. I need... Days of SPTV. The Real World of SPTV. Those are both good. Days of SPTV. We all remember that show. I did used to watch soap operas, but that was back when we had 3 channels and we didn't have a lot to choose from. General SPTV. Yeah. I watched the Luke and Laura. You know who got me into it? My grandmother on my mom's side lived with us in middle school, and she watched it and got me into it. I don't even know who that is. I've heard of OT 420, but I didn't know what her name was. Thank you.
Are you warm enough out here?
Yeah, I feel great. I have not taken one drink, and I just took my meds. I forgot all about them. I was so involved.
Oh gosh, you gotta take mine.
Yeah, you better take yours too. I have a really bad headache. I'm trying to figure out why. Have I had enough water today? I think I've had enough caffeine. It might just be this stuff giving me a headache.
What about blood pressure?
Oh, I'm out of my blood pressure. Remind me to call the hospital tomorrow and get them to refill it. That might be it. But I don't have very high blood pressure. It's never gotten dangerously high like him. He's on 2 different ones. I'll go look at it because I like Feral Cheryl. She's part of the adults in the room club. That's my club. My club is the adults in the room club. Scooter Mom, Feral Cheryl, Natalie. Nah, I'm okay. It's not really bad. And it's not blood pressure, because if it were blood pressure headache, I start getting the vision problem. For me, high blood pressure is over 130. It doesn't take much. I think it's just, I don't get headaches very often. I'm lucky. I get stress headaches, tension headaches, but I know when those come on, they start down here and work all the way. This is like right here. I think it might be maybe not enough. I haven't had my normal amount of cold brews today. And I haven't had as much water as I normally drink a gallon of water a day. And I have not had, I've probably had 1 or 2 ice waters. And normally I have like 8 or 9 of these. This isn't ice water right now, though. This is my adult beverage, which I have not even touched. Sometimes I'm just not in the mood. It feels weird, even though it's a weeknight and it's our weekend. I'm used to only Saturday night. Yeah, I think it's the water thing. I think it's water. Oh, good night, Doug. Thanks for coming by. Glad you were here. It would be nice if Danny at least says you were right, Becky. What I see there, and I don't know all the details. That's another one I don't know a lot about. Here's the thing. There's a very different dynamic between me out here watching everything's going on and having my opinion, but you guys have to live with these people. And, to me, Danny and Leah just seem like very quiet, people that don't like to really rock the boat that much. And I think those kind of people take advantage of people like that and run a roughshod over them. But I don't know if that, I may be speaking out of turn. I could be completely wrong. I don't know. That's just kind of my opinion. Oh, did he? Did he call you that? No, if he's actively doing something like that, no, I would be very disappointed. I would be disappointed in him if he was doing that. Okay. Did he? It might be the best thing. Yeah, he went through a lot, early on, getting arrested and all that. His mom freaked out. I mean, there's a lot going on there. I feel bad for any of you guys that have to deal with these people in person. God. Jeez. I mean, I can just turn them off. I don't have to listen to him. And I told DOS and anybody else that has to go watch those live streams to get clips, I could not stomach it. Oh, it's okay. If you want to email me, or you know what? Email me and I'll send you my stream phone number and you can text me if you want. You don't have to call. I don't mind texting. I was texting Scooter. Was that last night? I didn't even respond to oh, hang on just a second. Oh my God. I almost threw out my back. This is my protest backpack. And I got that handy dandy little hidey hole here. I keep my phone in. There it is. I need to charge it. But yeah, I got a third line that I stream on. And I have no problem giving it. I'm not going to do it live. But if you email me, I'll give it to you. Okay, cool. That'll work. Yeah, I do want to know. I mean, I'm not going to say I don't like to know information. I just don't go killing myself to seek stuff out that people are talking about. I just don't have that kind of time or energy. But I do like to know if something's going on. The more information I can get, the better informed I am. And I'm not going to say I'm not interested in what is going on between people. I might go lurk and learn some things, but I'm not going to insert myself into those things. I understand, Kathy. It is a weeknight for a lot of people. My husband's in security at night. He usually works nights. And so Tuesday night and Wednesday night is his weekend. So normally I do my late night stream on Saturday, but I knew I've tried to do some things this week because I can't go protest. There's no way. I was even worried about him driving to the store, which isn't that far. But he wanted to go get some snacks. I wonder if he remembered the paper towels. I hope he did. But I appreciate y'all coming in because I really did want to talk about it. Especially, I was really hyped. I'd already scheduled this before I heard Eric. And then I was literally... Okay, thanks. I see it. So now I link my phone and everything pops up. Text messages. I just did that today. So now I can see text message. I don't know why I didn't see your text message earlier. I was probably too busy paying attention. Yeah. I'm not doing it because I'm... You know who's the biggest gossip I've ever met? My husband. Him and those men at work are gossip whores. Sorry about that word. Oh my God. He will come home late because they had to sit around and gossip. Bunch of men. Or they'll call him on his days off and be like, or some of the guys, because he goes in at like 10 p.m. and he's there on the weekends. There's literally been officers, they all live there in Waco. My husband's the only one that drives in an hour one way. And they'll come over while he's working and sit and chat about what's going on with, because he's not there during the day when all the stuff's going on. Hey, Minnie, good to have you. Yeah, but it's only 12:20 for me, but I'm on a weird schedule because my husband works nights. So, but glad you're here. Glad you're back in the community. We appreciate you. Stick around. We'll see you. What? Does Minnie have a live? Who's live? Yeah, see, and that's another thing. There are people that are in my chat that have a channel that's a different name, and I don't always know. And that's something I want to work on with this with this website. So maybe you can have, their name in chat with their channel in the list instead of just a name. I want it to be more than just a list. Maybe even a quick bio for each channel. I've been sitting on this for a year and a half. And the reason I didn't do it is because somebody had already done sptv.space and I didn't want to step on anybody's toes. But I thought, well, there's still a space to have both. Yep, working in clubs, end of night, a bunch of chickens, the guys were. Yeah. I'm telling you. Today? Like recently? What the heck? What's with all the plane crashes? There was 2 more today. Two small planes hit each other. Uh-oh. Oh, did he? He's probably not feeling too good. Is he mad at you? Oh my goodness. I haven't been looking at the news today. I've been in so many streams today. That's why I was late. You weren't here yet. I was putting my makeup on while I was talking. I haven't. Usually I leave the camera off because I was in so many live streams today. I got in the bathtub late. I was running out of time. I actually went live a minute late. I'll go check it out. I hope everything turned out okay. Not happy to wear the cone of shame. He was pouting. Oh, Minnie was. So what's Minnie's channel name? Is it the same as the chat? So I didn't know Minnie had a channel. I'm on the computer, so I can bring it up in a different window. Is it Minnie Dart? Yeah, same as chat. Okay. Minnie Dart frogs on critters. And see, I know I'm not subbed to people like that because if they're not on the SPTV space or they put the channel up like when I'm in a chat, I don't know about these channels. I'm not finding it right now. I'll try again later when I have more time. Maybe I need to do it without spaces. But yeah, I'll go check that. Oh, there it is. Okay. Oh, whoops. I meant to click on it. I'll do it later. Cool. Thank you. Yeah, definitely so I've been late to the game on a lot of channels because I didn't know. Like Cricket Cinema took me forever to know Cricket had a channel. And so then I was Papa Smurf popped on right when I was about to get off everybody's stream. And I popped on for a minute, but I told him I'd leave it play, but I had to go. And he was gone by the time I looked back on my phone. Is this thing still? Oh, thanks for sending that to me. Ooh, Amber Alert. Ooh, Temple. That's close to me. That's unusual. Oh, this needs charged. But I'll check it out. That's terrible. The things going on in the world. I was just talking about it today with Tom. I'm just like, you would think with social media that we could get rid of some of the evilness in the world. And I swear it's worse. Oh, that's cool. That's another thing I've been doing lately. I've been watching some streams and looking to see who's in those chats. Just curious. Just curious. And I had a couple surprises, actually. But it's not because I'm going to do anything about it. I just want to know what's going on. Okay. Yeah, it is interesting. So what I was talking to you about, Fraud, was mostly DOS. I've gone through in the chat, all the chats, to see what's going on there. Yeah, I just started doing that probably a month or so ago, a couple months ago, maybe. Not even that long. No, about a month ago. And that's when what it wasn't so much being nosy as I'm like, I don't know what's going on. So I just started seeing people live that I normally wouldn't click on, and I did. And all it did is confuse the shit out of me. I'm like, they're contradicting things. I'm like, who am I supposed to believe? I don't know. Is missing. Okay. Are they as long as, yeah, because you could get some eyeballs on it if you weren't worried about getting harassed. I hope that person is found. But I'm not joking about a protest against the BS actors. That's what I'm calling them, BS actors. I swear to God, if we could get everybody to go out there, I would do it. And be like, no, we don't want you here anymore. And I would go help in person. But I know that's a big ask. I don't think that would ever happen. Like I said, I don't know. Did he? Again, I don't watch Streets a lot either. I do try to jump in every once in a while. I liked when he was going after ZDT and found out he was filming some woman through her window on his street or in his building. And I was like, we need to go have a protest against him for being a predator. So I don't know if Street might have done something like that. I may have missed it. But I pop in every once in a while, for a little while. I don't spend a lot of time. But lately I've actually, that's why I've been missing so much. Another reason I've been missing stuff is I haven't been on YouTube as much as I used to be. I don't know why. My brain just doesn't want to. I need to get back into it. I mean, it's part of what I do. I need to know what's going on in the community for. But yeah. I'm glad that Streets is calling him out. He was trying to get in on that LA protest, I think. And Streets called him out. He was trying to find a new target. I'm telling you, when he's ready to go, he will have a new target before he leaves. And so there's nothing popping off right now that I can think of. So we may not get rid of him until there's something pops off. Yeah, meaning, and I know you just can't, Susie. There's just so much information out there. And I'm sorry, I can't go off of one person's opinion or information. I had people come in. If you go look at my comments, I've never deleted any comments. And I had somebody coming in trying to yell at me about, but so-and-so, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, so you're one person leaving me a comment, and I'm supposed to believe that like the Bible? No. Sorry. Gotta have a little bit more information than that. I know. That's the biggest reason I stayed out of stuff, is you can see how clueless I am. And when you're this clueless, it's hard to have an opinion. But it's gotten so bad that I feel like I have an opinion. And like I said, I am so glad that Eric and other people, because even some of the other channels, they've really tried to stay out of it. I really liked the short that Natalie did. That she said, you want to come at me for who's in my chat or tell me who to be friends with? Give me your friends list. Let me go talk to your friends. Let me know who you're friends with. I thought that was a really good. I like that. I mean, so, because you get people that don't have anything to do with YouTube that are in the chat telling creators who they should be in the chat of or who they should be friends with. I'm like, okay, give me your friends list. Let me look at it. Let's make this even. Yeah, that might be a good thing, because honestly, all I got was a headache. Wow. But I still feel like I feel good about today and a lot of things going on right now. Too much going on. I can't keep up with all of it. Also, where did you hear that? Who can verify this? Yeah, exactly. Yeah. You would have to go find live streams that are hours long to find the evidence. And I'm not going to do it. Yeah, let me see if they meet with my morals. Yeah. And so now I'm pulling the old lady card. Now I don't care. I'm like, I'm going to do me, and I'm going to support the people I feel I want to support. And if people don't like it, people don't like it. I'm like, I'm done trying to play down the middle. It hasn't worked. It has worked to a point, but there's still people that want to come at you, like Scooter Mom. They've come at Scooter Mom and me for not taking a side. And I'm like, they're like, not taking a side, it's taking a side. I'm like, no, it's not. The biggest reason I didn't is I don't have the information. Of course. Well, people like that project. They tell you that you're like that when it's them. So I'm fully aware of that too. This thing that I dealt with. They project onto others what they're doing because they think everybody's like them. And that's not true. Oh my God. I've clicked in a couple times for like a minute or two, and I'm just like, how can people watch this? We're also the trolls, yet we aren't the ones going into different chats starting nonsense. I know. I would never do that. Judge me based on how I treat you in chats, your channel, in person, or what you've heard me say, said and done. Yeah. Yeah. Go find a clip of us starting crap. Go ahead. Just try. No. That's okay. Like I said, I can do that, Becky. I feel bad for you and the others that have to be there in person. Because like I said, it's easy for us to do that. It's easy for us to be like, we're done with you, and turn them off and not ever watch them again. But you guys down there, God, you got to deal with that guy if you want to go do any kind of activism, or be a part of it. You had to leave the area and not do it anymore to stay away from him. That sucks. Just beer. It's just beer on ice, because I can't stand warm beer. It's been sit. Thank God I did that. I had the 6-pack on the porch because it was like 20 degrees outside, but I had to bring it in so it wouldn't freeze. All of this is affecting who I feature on the Scooter Report. I just can't with some of them anymore. Yeah. I mean, it's your show. You can choose. Still, Jesus. Yeah, that's what was going on. I'm like, well, if I'm going to take shit for not taking a side, then screw it. I'm just going to say what I want to say. Plus, I want to support this new, like, movement, the deciding to not put up with this bullshit anymore. I'm tired of people trashing the movement like they've been doing and taking it somewhere it was never supposed to go. Yeah, see what I mean? That's wrong. It's just wrong. I'm sorry. It's wrong. It's wrong. No. Telling your chat to go attack other people, you're a piece of crap for that. Sorry, you're a piece of crap. If you're here for the movement, if you're here to protest, if you're here to bring down Scientology, none of that would matter. You would be me. You'd be protesting. You'd be reading Dianetics. You'd be talking to people on the street. You wouldn't be screaming and yelling at people or going after people in the chat or spending hours and hours and hours talking about bad actors. That's not part of this movement. Okay. Let's see. Oh, I did know you. I think I did know you had a channel. See, I don't know if I'm subbed to your channel. It might be one of the other ones I didn't know about. Let me look. Ah, there you are. I'm subscribed. Let me turn on notifications. That's what's wrong. See, what I found out was when you first sub to a channel, it puts your notifications on personalized and not all notifications. And so I had to figure out that you have to go back in and change it to all, and I had not done that. I got it. I found it, but for anybody else that wants it. Yeah, I saw Papa earlier. He tried to go live, but when I came back, you were gone. How were you on very long? You look like you were having some issues. That's okay. I was live fighting trolls. Yeah, because you was vertical. Yeah, I think you were probably one of his first targets. Like big targets. Yeah. And like I said, I didn't really have much of an opinion back then. I just didn't know what was going on. Okay, Eric's on again? DOS just popped on too. He looks like he posted something. I'll go check that out. Yep, always get trolls. Oh, self-swatting wasn't really successful. So he's reporting on it. I don't even care anymore. Because how is it that I would be honest with you, is anybody else protesting at Big Blue because of what's going on? Is Eric and them still going out there? Because if they are, why is he the only one getting swatted? It's just asking a question. Just asking a question. Yeah. Yeah. He's talking about earlier, yeah. I think for sure he is. He probably went and got a clip. I'll go see what Eric's doing. That is the question. Yep. Yep. because the only people that, I mean, have gotten, I mean, the swatting's all happened really early on. I even got swatted, but it was because we had a security guard. They had to SWAT the area and not me personally, because I had a witness. And it was the weekend that they swatted Jessica and all of them at a party. So and then after that, not a lot of swattings for a while. I mean, not for a while. Okay, I don't know. I can't remember the timeline, but I'm going to say for right now, the last few months, they've kind of backed off. I think they realized it wasn't working, and because people were coming back. Eric hasn't been at Blue since the encampment. Oh, yeah, I see. Yeah, usually I see him just putting out flyers and stuff. That's too bad. Okay. I take a chair. Back in May and June when humidity was high, I was having problems with my asthma. I was taking a chair. But you know what? I know it don't go alone, but maybe you guys could get a group together and go out as a group. Okay. I'm hearing that DOA has been making all the SWAT calls. We can't prove it, Nisa. We can't prove it unless the LAPD wants to do a real investigation. Well, I don't know so much that it would be him because he's there, but there's a good chance he has a minion that's helping. It's just an opinion. I have no proof. It's speculation. It's just speculation. Nobody has any proof. If they did, he would be arrested. But it's awful. Did she really? He's chased everybody off. God, if he wasn't getting paid by Scientology, then WTF. Yeah, the problem is he's probably got somebody else. And here's the thing. When they swatted me, they used a VoIP, which is a voice, which is using the phone through the internet. And you can just sign up for an account and you can literally, there's no real way to trace it. Yeah. That's the only reason I think they've kept his phones for so long, is they were trying to find something. So I think everybody, Tori, Becky, you, Eric, anybody that's been chased off, you need to just band together and go down there yourselves together. And just, if he's there, ignore him like he doesn't fucking exist. If I live there, I would be down there. That's just me. Just because I'm spiteful. But you've been through the ringer, so I understand. Good. I hope they arrest his ass. Yeah, voice over internet protocol. I had one years ago when to call long distance because it was cheaper. Many, many moons ago, before cell phones were this cheap. I was one of the first people to have cell phone only back in 96. Because the cost of a landline and then calling, because we were military and calling back home all the time, was actually more than just having the cell phone and not paying the long distance. It was still like $200 a month in 96, 97. Cheryl's a hoot. She came here to Austin. Cheryl and Liz Ferris and a bunch of other people. And it was super fun. I like that. It's just so hard for people to visit here because unless you fly, driving here takes days. Yeah, I remember that. I remember when he said he was going to blow horn. I mean, if that didn't show people who he was, yeah, then I don't know what would. Because anybody that's going to bullhorn survivors of this cult is not here for the right reason. Needs to go. Need to go. And you can clip this all you want. You can watch this all you want. You can talk about me all you want, but you're wrong. You're wrong for all this bullshit. You're wrong for going after survivors. You're wrong for manipulating everybody. You're wrong for streamer wars. You're wrong for lying to everybody. I can keep going. Just saying. And anybody that supports that piece of crap, if they can't see, then they're in it for the same reason. I'm done keeping my opinions to myself. I'm not, like I said before, I'm not doing it for drama. I'm done. It took Eric, it took you and Becky being on, and then it took Eric really laying down the law today. That was a really good conversation. He was heated, but I was right. I was there for it. All it took was somebody to finally say enough is enough. Yeah. Yeah, and that's another thing about that was what really started my real issue and really looking at things going on was when Papa? Why? Oh my God. I like Spicy Kim. Dang, Papa. God. Just really? Well, then Scooter Mom, you and I are next. We done opened our mouths. He can kiss my butt. He can kiss my big fat white butt. I don't care. I used to say that a lot. It was Corn and Nancy. Okay, somebody tell me what happened there. I have no idea. All I heard was people in Chicago had issues. And I don't even know what happened. That's another thing I have nothing about. And I'm like, okay, they're having issues in Chicago. I didn't even know. Like, I come into a stream after the fact, and they're like, this is happening. I'm so lost. That's why I want to talk to you, Frog, because you look like you watch a lot of this. You pay attention. More power to you, because I don't have that kind of brain power. Becky, you can have this one. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Because you went neutral? Yeah. Of course. Same thing. If you go neutral and you don't take a side, you're wrong. Not taking a side is taking a sign. I don't even remember who said that. So, what was it, a week or two ago? I did a video saying small voices need to be heard. That people don't understand that us small channels out here don't know what's going on. And they're like, you need to take a side. I'm like, a side of what? Exactly. Because I don't even know what the hell is going on. Ugh. Dude. There's so much. There's so much. There's too many people. Hurts my head. God. Yeah, I was like, so when I do hear something, I literally hear like the end of it or the bare bones of it. And I don't always get a lot of the, like, oh, there's a word. My headache made it go away. Details. So I may hear that there was an issue. I may hear like the encompass of the whatever. But I don't always know like and I don't want to get into all the nitty gritty. I just kind of want the cliff notes. just so I have the information so I understand, because I don't know what happened there. Okay. Yeah, you're having issues with your internet. But if we're getting this kind of weather, are you having bad? I only know some. Caught being less than. I heard that, and I heard that. I just didn't know, I know a little bit about that. And that's somebody else I unsubbed from. So I guess they were leaving SBTV, and I'm like, okay, fine. Bye. Now, I've never agreed with the statement that why should we help pay for a lawyer for a protester when they can get a court-appointed attorney. When we did the fundraiser the other night, and I donated some of my bracelets and stuff, I said this at least 2 times. I said, here's the thing. The reason it's important is because every time Scientology comes at a protester in any way, if they lose the case, it sets a precedent for future cases. And it's important that we win every case against Scientology to take away their power. And I personally would not want I wouldn't want my future in the hands of a court-appointed attorney. So I have no problem donating for a lawyer. Now, I don't ever give a whole bunch of money. But, and anybody that protests or even not. So because my husband's in armed security, he likes to carry extra insurance, sort of, what you want to call it. Now, they don't have this in Canada. It's only the United States. So a few months, we were with another company, but we found they sucked. And so we have attorneys on retainer. We pay a monthly fee. And if we have to defend ourselves in any way and we get arrested or sued for it, we get an attorney for free. Now, if I have anything else that needs an attorney, regardless, it's not free, but I get a discount. So we carry this, and I recommend this to any protesters that think they might get in any trouble. And I think for the 2 of us, hey, Tom, I don't know how much we pay. He did it all. Let me ask him. He was going to come on here. I don't know why he didn't. All right. Yeah. No, what did you do to get attacked? Oh my God, dude. Oh, there you are. Trying to call you. How much do we pay monthly for attorneys on retainer?
25 each.
25 each? Okay, so one person, and how much was it to start?
Like $100
Per person or for 2 people?
for 2 people.
So would it be 50 for one?
Maybe. I don't know.
It's either 50 or 100 to start, and it's 25 a month per person. So for one protester, it's only $25 a month. And if you have to defend yourself against some homeless dude that's attacking you, like happened to me, never got physical, but it was possible. Like if you have to pepper spray somebody, or I had to take my cane to somebody, and you get arrested for protecting yourself, or you get sued by that person, then you get a free attorney for that.
It has to be a sort of self-defense scenario.
Yeah. 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 And I said that I have an 11 minute video I did a week or 2 ago talking about this. About, just because I'm in somebody's chat doesn't mean I condone any of their behavior, like in their personal life. And I said, I don't know enough about their personal life. This was, because of what happened with Jenna. And I was like, but if that person were in my friend group, yeah, I would pull them to the side and I would have a talk with them. But it is not my job to tell them what to or not to do in their personal life. I'm here for the Scientology content. And yeah, I don't like some of the stuff he does or says. I don't like everything everybody says or does. Life would be boring if I agreed with everything everybody said. And I say that all the time. I love debate. I love conversations. I love opposite point of views, as long as it's not done hateful. Yeah. I love that kind of stuff. You can tell. I really like debate and talking. But that's not my job. And I'm not going to unsub from somebody that gives me good information. If there was another channel giving the same information that Aaron gives, maybe I would have done that. But he has a lot of information that nobody else has. I'm just saying. So that's not fair when you don't understand why we're there. Y'all are beasts still going. Oh, this ain't nothing, Carrie Ann. Let's see. 3-4 hours is about normal. And one time we did 7. But most of that time, literally, it was just me and Scooter Mom. And that was it. And it didn't even feel like that long. Hey, Mr. Fraud. Oh, but yeah. I knew you knew what was going on, Mr. Fraud, because I saw you in making comments on certain things. Oh my gosh. Ugh. I keep a cooler next to the, so I don't have to get up. Uh-oh. I have no life, Carrie Ann. That's what it is. I have no life. If I'm not protesting, I am sitting here doing nothing. And, you know, I was mentioning this before because my 1 year is next week. And I've been really contemplating what I do and why I do it and all of that. And I realized for a good 13 years, I had no life with my illness. And this really gave me a purpose. If I didn't have the protesting and the Scientology stuff, my life would be sad. Just sad. Because my son's at school. He moved away. My other grandkids moved to California with my daughter. Because for years and years, it was my grandkids. Because she was a single mom, so I had them all the time. Now I hardly ever talk to them. And it kills me. It kills me that I don't get to talk to them every day. We used to have really good conversations. They're in middle school, and that's a hard time to navigate. So I really use the word activist now a lot. I didn't for a long time, but I do now. And this wasn't on my bingo card. I've never been like this. You know, things upset me, but I've never went out of my way to do anything about it. This just happened to be the thing that I was supposed to do. So I'm going to keep doing it till something happens, till something changes. I've got ideas to try to make that happen, but hopefully. So Saturday night, the 22nd, will be my anniversary stream. I need to get that on here. Oh my God, that's in 2 days. Did I not set that up yet? Holy crap, I didn't. Dang. Oh, activism? That's cool. Or the Scientology stuff. That's awesome. I have never. I guess I did my part. Like I was a Girl Scout leader. I taught girls, things. Me and Hitzel. Hitzel's there pretty regular. No, so Sunday is the fibro chronic pain panel at 4 p.m. Central. So what I decided to do my anniversary stream on Saturday night, since we always go after midnight because it's the 23rd. So 22nd, I go on around 10, and so this couple days. Today, that doesn't. Wait a minute. Did I not look at the calendar right? Or is my calendar not right? Hold on. Hang on. What day is it? Hold on. No, that's right. Oh, it's into Thursday now. That's why. Okay. Because after midnight. Okay. I get it now. Duh. I need to get that on there. So, but yeah, Hitzel, she's out there quite a bit. And I like that she lives closer to Austin. So, she'll take the train. And what I love about Hitzel, so her and her man will go out, right? And you can rent scooters. And so they'll plan like an afternoon, and they'll go to the org and they'll close them down. And then they'll go rent scooters and go have some fun for a while, then come back, close them down again, leave, go have some fun, come back and close them down again. I love it. If I lived there, I would do that. Oh, I know. Because you jumped in when the real crap had started. Yeah. LA was pretty radical back then. But I've noticed, besides what's his name, swattings, nobody else, the LAPD isn't coming out that much. I think either the LAPD wanted to quit looking so bad, or Scientology realized it wasn't working. I don't know which. Oh yeah, I keep my cane very close to hand. Thanks, Susie. Yeah, I know. That's what sucks. I know. But you know what? You're not that far. No, maybe we could do something. I know it's a good drive. It took me. I have a friend that lives in near Okmulgee, and it took me 6 hours to get to the border from my house, and it's another hour and a half to Austin. So it literally have to be. I grew up in Ohio, where 3 hours you were in another state. 3 hours here and you find another city. Yep, that cane. Yep. I know. She's okay though. But yeah, gosh, guys, I've never had this many people this long. There's a bunch of lurkers in here. I see you. It's okay. I don't mind. I can be a lurker too. You're a lurker. I'm a lurker. Let's all be a lurker too. I can't sing. I think that's why they're looking at him so hard. I really do. I think they know. And I think it's just a matter of time. I really do. He is effed up too many times. He's going to find out. Yeah, I know. For a Wednesday. I know. I don't normally do a chat during the week, but because of the weather, I'm stuck here all week. The one day I could come that it wasn't freezing, it was raining. Then it froze. They said that we might have the coldest temperatures ever tomorrow night. Let me look at the hourly. I don't know if you guys remember Snowmaggedon 4 years ago when Texas froze over. They said we might have temps colder than that. But our governor, I watched the press conference. They've spent the last 4 years fixing everything that went wrong in Snowmaggedon. So he said everything's good. Luckily, we never lost power because we don't live near a big city. Hey, Cinderella. It was bingo night. I did jump into Carrie Ann for a few minutes, but I had to go take my bath. The only time I can wear my hair down is like the day of my bath, because my hair is so baby fine that once I sleep, it's like all over the place the next day. I have to put it in a ponytail. So 4 degrees. We're going to be there to tonight or tomorrow night. It's supposed to be 6 to 10 degrees. Right now, it's 16 right now. Let's see. Okay. At 7 a.m. today. Okay. At 7 a.m. in 6 hours, it's going to be 7 degrees. And damn. We're good though. We didn't actually put up all the insulation we had planned on the windows. It's actually been staying pretty warm in here. The floor is a little cold. Because we had the heater cranked up when I took my bath. And when I got out, it was too hot. I literally, after I got dressed, after my bath, I get overheated because of the fibro sometimes. I literally went out on the porch and it was like 20 degrees outside. And I stood there for 5 minutes and didn't get cold. That's how much of a overheated I was. Who's taking the new pup out in those temps? My dogs, they go out, but I've never seen them pee so fast before. They like run out, pee, and they're running back in. I love it because I don't have to wait. Oh, wow. Yeah, for sure. In Oregon. That's why I had picked Oregon you're near Portland. It does get a little bit colder in Portland than where I wanted to live. Yes. Yes, that's exactly it, Becky. That's exactly what I was saying. That I think a dam has been broken. I think speaking out and calling out the BS has made the rest of us feel that we can too. And we needed that. We really did. Yeah. To come out of lurking mode. Exactly. Well, so when I opened the door, so they usually get sent out after breakfast and after dinner. And they get snacks during the day too. But the tiny man, he's on a schedule. He has to go number 2 after he eats. Well, after dinner tonight, I went and opened the door and he stopped in the middle of the living room about 4 or 5 feet from the door and just sat there. So stood there and like, mm-mm. And he's pretty good that if he really wants to go out, he'll bark. So I'm like, all right. And then the other Petunia, you've seen her more. She ran out on the porch, but she was back at the door. She didn't want to go up. So neither one of them wanted to go. Did not want to go. What kind of puppy do you have, Susie? I've got mutts mostly. Mixes, because I rescue them from wherever. I think mutts are the best. They have less medical issues than purebreds do. A lot of purebreds have a lot of medical issues. Oh, yeah. Oh, no. Eric just put a target on his back. So we got to stay strong and ignore the BS. Because we know it's BS. Now, like I said, I mean, there is the slight chance that people that we're trusting could turn out to be manipulating us. That's always a possibility. But I've decided to take a side. I've decided that these are the people I'm going to support. And I think I'm pretty 90% secure in the fact that I think I'm following the right people. Like I said, this club is the adults in the room club. Now, I don't know Danant or Vaughn. I don't know either one of them. Oh, Mini Aussie. Oh, they're beautiful. That's awesome. Thank you, Cinderella. I appreciate it. No. So, if you haven't heard, let me explain what I've found out about DOA. DOA goes from protest to protest and does the same thing. If you haven't heard that yet, so he says he was part of Occupy Wall Street. Don't know that for sure. Then he did something with the convoy when Canada was doing the convoy. Well, then, now here's the funny part. Is he supposed, if you're part of Occupy Wall Street, you're very liberal, right? But yet, he ended up being part of the J6, which I didn't even know that was a thing, protest. I didn't know they had live streamers on the corner across from the courthouse for 900 days, almost 3 years. And he attached himself to them and did the same thing. He manipulated, he used people, he took their money, he turned on them, and then he left there and went to California to do the Scientology. Because I saw a clip, is it on DOS? Where, I'm not sure where I saw it, where they went to DC when Trump pardoned everybody. And those people hate him so much that he ran up, yelled something, and ran off, and they all lost their shit on him, told him to get the F out, that he was a piece of shit. Because those are a bunch of adults. Whereas, a lot of the people that did the Scientology stuff in the beginning were very young people. And so this is a pattern with him. And there's people that have told us when he showed up here, people from those other protest movements that had been the victim of DOA called, like Aaron, AA Ron, and some other people to warn them, and they ignored him because they're like, they didn't really care at the time because he was drawing a lot of attention, and now they regret it. So that's why this is a pattern. This isn't new. Oh, did he? What did he? It's total chaos down there. It is. And it's because Scientology is making all that mess down there. They should have been in jail by now if they didn't do all that. Say, pointing out there. Yeah, because they got LAPD in their pocket. That's why they tried swatting one time here and quit, because they didn't have APD and awesome PD in their pocket. But, they've even stopped. Nobody else is getting swatted or false calls anymore. It's like they realized it wasn't working. Big D. I don't know who Big D was. Yes. Yes, definitely. Did he go to jail? See, I don't know about that. Who's Taylor? See, I know a little bit about it, but I don't know the details. Yet, he was with the Drace. See, that's where he has no principles. He will go wherever and say whatever. Because how do you do Occupy Wall Street, then J6? Yeah. It doesn't matter. If he thinks he can find a target, he'll do it. Oh, I want to see that picture. So he has no care in the world for why people are doing what they're doing. He just goes. He's drawn to whatever big thing is out there. No, I don't either. I don't like what they're doing. Yeah, it was. So you can't be Occupy Wall Street, which was very liberal, and then go and do J6, which is very conservative. And he doesn't care. He doesn't care. He'll go wherever he thinks there's a crowd. And I think the reason, well, I don't know how long he's with J6, but those were older, more conservative type people. And I think the reason he hasn't ran off as fast as he did there I don't know how fast it was, is because they were younger people, probably more easily manipulated. I'm just speculating. I don't know this for sure. It's just my thoughts. That's true. That's true. Which part? Has that ever happened? No, he doesn't. He doesn't care. Doesn't care. He wants to be in control. It's all about power. Him and LRH would probably been. I was about to say they would have been good friends, but no, they probably wouldn't have. They probably would have clashed because they were the same. Sure, good. As long as it's not too bad. I'm still trying to keep it at a certain level. Money and control. Yeah. It's a lot of it's control. I've seen people like him before. It's the high of manipulating people and getting them to do what you want to do. Yeah, I know. God, we could have been done at that point, but people talked him into coming back. Yeah, and we're all seeing it. We're all seeing it now. Everybody's seeing it. Mm-hmm. And I still didn't even know everything then. I was on. So I went on his channel right when he got the RO at the encampment, and he was asking for help. I was listening. I came on that stream. He brought me on because he was talking about he wanted everybody to be safe. Well, I'm all about that. I didn't know anything. So I said, yeah, I agree with you. And then he was asking for help. And I literally pulled off to do that. And I was looking at plane tickets. I was going to fly out to LA and help. But they were too expensive. I was like, man, that's not going to happen. No, it's worse than that. I'm going to talk about the woman that I dealt with. It's not even narcissism. I don't want to diagnose people. The woman I dealt with that was just like that had a borderline personality disorder with narcissistic tendencies. And a personality disorder, you can't medicate away. Bipolar can be treated. No, it's more insidious than bipolar. Bipolar is you have ups and downs, and it can get pretty crazy. I read a book on. Knew somebody with it. They gave me a book on it. Oh, me too. Me too. Me too. Yeah. I'm glad it closed down now. It just wasn't that's not what we're doing. He wanted to make it something big and it wasn't happening organically enough. It was forced and it was too much. That's not what we're there for. Oh, I know. I did drop in a few times during that time. If not, just I'm not going to say that's the kind of stuff I don't like when people are saying, oh, when they call really nasty names and stuff. Stick to the point. I'm not going to do nasty. I don't like nasty names. Even if, that person doesn't deserve the respect, I just don't like dropping to their level. I'll stick to the facts and what we need to do about it. And that's, oh, yeah. Just too bad he came back. But even I didn't realize him at that point. Even I was like, I didn't know. I didn't know back then. OSA and Scientology have run. Yeah, I was watching all that stuff. Kind of crazy. Oh, man, headache. I need trigger points again. But Like I said, I've seen this before. I've seen this pattern. And they won't leave until they have a new target. And right now, there's no new target. Good. Good for you, Becky. Good for you. That's what they want. Oh, one. Oh. Oh. Yeah. All right, Cinderella. Good night. I'm probably going to be jumping off here soon. We're getting close to 4 hours. But I slept late because it's Tom's weekend. And the only way to spend time with him is to stay up late and watch movies with him. And it throws me off. So I'm like pretty awake. He fell asleep while I was on here. It's okay, Papa. You're fine. I know it doesn't. Because, I mean, especially when you're chatting, because you can kind of do other things sometimes, you know. But even me, or when I had somebody with me, to me, I don't like sitting on the phone. I cannot stand to sit and talk on the phone. Now, when I was a teenager, I loved it, but I hate it. But I can do this. I don't know why, because I'm still stuck right in one spot. I don't know. It's different. Well, we got so many different people here. To me, it's like, and I know that the word parasocial relationship is used a lot, but you know, as long as none of these people freak out, I think. And I told Tom when I talked to him after Eric's live stream, I said, 90% of this community is still good people, and they're here for the right reasons. It's just maybe even 95%, but there's that 5% that's causing all trouble. Papa. I know, Scooter Mom. I can usually blame this on you. Yeah. Yeah. Well, what's weird is that used to be my job to be on the phone. And when I got sick, I had an aversion to answering the phone. And when I went in the hospital, we talked, and I found out it was a social, oh God, what was the word they used? I can't remember the word. But it was because part of my illness, sometimes when I get stressed, it affects my voice. And it wigs out my throat muscles. You guys have never seen me stressed, because when I'm protesting stuff, I'm having a good time. So I've never really I literally just have to stop and spend a little while and chill out. And so it really wigged me out to talk on the phone, because I never know when it was going to happen. But still, this is different. I don't know why. And, I think it's easier too, especially when you're in the chat, because you only have to say something every once in a while. You don't have to carry a whole conversation, which can be daunting at times. Me, I can talk all day long. Y'all know that. I was scared to death to go live and do this. And I'm like, I was made for this. I got no friends. My family all moved away. Tom sleeps all day. I have nobody to talk to but the dogs. So I'm like, this is the only adult conversation I have. If I go to the store, I'm the one talking to somebody in line. That's how lonely I can get. You did behave, Papa, and I appreciate it. You've been really good tonight. Really good conversation. See, I'm getting snuffy. I always get stuffy when we talk. I think it was Gary Mackey. I'm not positive. But I said something about that. And he said, Kim, talk too much? Never said. Or something like that. No one ever said. Like, yeah. Yeah, I'm the one that when you meet within an hour, I've told you I've just talked to somebody and we know each other's whole life story. Yeah, I know. I mean, that did not surprise me. I mean, come on. It didn't surprise me at all. I mean, that's the problem. The encampment was going to attract the wrong crowd. And also having channels like this and open chats, we're going to attract certain types of people. It's going to happen. We know it's going to happen. We just have to be prepared for it as much as we can. Last I heard, because he said he liked my channel because I was calm, but he works a lot. Last I heard, he works a lot, like lots of overtime hours. So I hope he didn't. All right, good night. I'm gonna be going here soon too. Yeah, that's the only one we had. Yeah. Well, nobody's gonna put everything on camera, not something like that. But that doesn't even, depending on what it was, wasn't even the worst thing. Yeah. No, not at all. That's one of the reasons when he said he needed help and he got the RO, I was real willing to go out. I can handle something like that. And I didn't know the whole story. So, good night, Carrie Ann. I'm not even buzzing. Oh, man, I'm so stuffy. I don't know why I get stuffy when I talk a lot. It's weird. Where's my nasal spray? There it is. Ugh. I don't know if it'll help. Oh, my God. Woo. All right, Susie. We'll see you later. People are dropping off. I'm going to go to. I could stay on another couple hours, but that's just me. There's really not that much point. But I appreciate everybody that came tonight. I think today in many chats the last few days has been really good conversation. I mean, we haven't resulted to name calling that much. Eric was pretty heated, but he had a right. Anybody that has escaped that cult and is putting up with more bullshit deserves to have a meltdown. It wasn't really a meltdown, but I can't think of a better word. Righteous anger, maybe, is a good one. No, she's okay too. You guys are being good tonight. You guys. Yeah, gosh. I know. I rarely have this much chat with like a lot to say. I mean, I've had a lot of people in my protest, but it's usually that you don't chat a lot in protest. I was like, holy crap. 35 minutes? And that's disgusting. That's the only word I have for that. It's disgusting. Oh, God. Disgusting. To go, Tori. God, leave. Oh. Brr. I popped into her stuff. She does late night chats too. No. I think Tom's awake. I need to go in there and hang out with him. I wish he'd come on first. Let me have him come on for a minute. Just to say hi. Because I have him in the title. He has to come in for a minute. Oh, man, I'm stuffy. Hey, I was going to have you come on for a minute. I'm about to log off. He's about to fall asleep. Dang it. I'll have to change my title now because you weren't on. Good night. He was like, huh? He's dead. He's almost dead asleep. Yeah. I know. that defeats the whole purpose of what we're doing. Oh, God. Ugh. Ugh. God, I wish I lived closer. Oh, my God. You just don't know. I'll be down there every freaking day. I'd be helping the police get evidence. That's what somebody needs to do down there. But I don't want to put nobody in a position. But I don't know what anybody can really do. But that's my evil side. My husband, he said recently, he said, people should be grateful that I'm a Christian, because the evil shit that I think up in my mind, if I were to unleash it, me too. I have a vivid imagination and I can think of some evil stuff, but I don't have it in me. It's just my imagination. I'm like, oh my God. Like this dude, this guy that really did my daughter wrong. If I hadn't been so sick, so what it was in the military, when you get married, so you have a soldier who's an E3 private first class or an E4, and they're making, say, $1,400 a month. And this was years ago. This was like 10 years ago. And they live in the barracks. They can eat at the mess hall, so they don't have to pay for food or utilities or anything. But you have to live with somebody you probably hate, and you can't switch. In the barracks. And marriages happen very fast in the Army because three reasons. They're tired of living in the barracks. They want to make more money. And if they find a girl, they want to lock her down because it's like 10 to 12 men to every woman in town. And a lot of times, like my daughter who had kids who needed medical insurance for the kids, got into a marriage way too fast. And we couldn't understand. This guy seemed really great. And I wanted to get them a room at a really nice place in Salado, Texas. It's like a picturesque little town. No, he wanted to go to work the next day and not do a honeymoon, because he wanted to run the finance with the marriage documents to get his pay increased. Well, it took about 3 months, and then he got back pay. They were living here for a little while because they had to wait for back pay to get an apartment. And he never offered us money, nothing. He gets the back pay and shows up with a brand new truck. He was a country boy. And he had a truck, but he didn't have a back seat. It wasn't that big. He shows up with a brand new truck. Never talked to her about it. And me and Tom looked at each other and said, if he married her to get a new truck, he's going to rue the day he did that. Because he did this, and that's exactly what he did. Well, they got an apartment, and he didn't realize all of his money was for housing. It went to rent and utilities, and having a family costs money. And it didn't take him very long to be dissatisfied with that. Oh. So it didn't last long. And I knew where he hung out. And I wanted so bad to go. I was going to dress all weird, and nobody would suspect the crippled lady. At the time, I had a walker. And do something to his truck, like put something in the engine or the gas or something that would render it not usable. But I never did. But you know what? Karma is a bitch. So he was all about looks, you know. Yes, you can, Papa. All about working out, look, way he, all this stuff, right? All about the way he looked. A couple years after he got kicked out of the military due to a medical thing, and he went back home. And a couple years later, Devin found him on social media, and he was a big, huge, fat dude. And I'm like, that's karma, because he was all about appearances and how he looked and superficial. And I was like, karma did it for me. So. Yeah, and they actually work for the company my husband used to work for, Allied. Yeah. Honestly, all security guards' job is to make the problem go away. And if you're not a problem, they don't care. Yeah. If you're not causing a problem, they don't care. Oh, it's okay. Oh, thank you, Cinderella. You too. I really like talking to you guys. We've had a lot of good conversations, and I like it. I like this kind of stuff. Do Army fight in bars? Yes. Only when they get too drunk. Not so much. I don't know, because Tom had to work security at the bars. But when he was in Korea, so I used to do the background checks, right? And I kid you not, all of the cases in Korea were missing curfew or fighting at bars and getting arrested. In Germany, all the cases were they lost their ID card, and you had to do a case on it because it was a government issue. That was funny. Or car accidents because they were on the Autobahn or driving stupid. And my husband was in Korea for a year. And do you remember when that dude, that streamer got in trouble in Korea? Tom knows Koreans. And he's like, that guy that chased him down, that Korean. Yeah, they don't play. So he had a couple of soldiers that went AWOL in Korea. And because when you go, Johnny Somali, when you go AWOL, they stop your pay. So they started stealing purses. And when the Koreans got a hold of him, my husband had to go pick him up. He was his sergeant. And this guy was effed up. Koreans don't play. This was 2001. Yeah. Oh, dang. But yeah. All right. Good night. I'm going to go soon. But yeah, so when they said that there was Koreans chasing after Johnny Somali, I knew he was screwed. That guy. People I just don't understand. Oh, are you leaving, Nisa, or were you saying goodnight to Scooter Mom? Yeah, you don't even know Nisa's here for a while, and then Nisa will comment. And you're like, oh, you're here. She lurks until she has something to say. I hope it's a she. Nisa sounds like a girl name. I get wrong. I thought Cricket was a female. I thought Eat Pizza Now was a female. I get it so wrong sometimes. But yeah. I like I said, I never had this on my bingo card. And I do understand how much the chat is important to a channel in different ways for different people. So I get how the chat eggs DOA on. I get it. Because my chat eggs me on too. but in a good way. It helps me, if I would still probably I don't do it, but I do wonder how hard would it be for me to get my butt in the car and drive as far as I have to go protest if I had to stand there by myself and not have anybody to talk to. Koreatown. Wow. No, I do. I do. I do. It wouldn't surprise me. It is just a viper's nest. No, I do get it. Okay. I get it as a concept. I just don't know the details or how, but I've heard so much and seen so much and know that kind of person and how, because I've jumped in here and there and I've seen it. And I think as long as he has a channel and as long as he has a chat that eggs him on, that he's going to feel justified in what he does. And that you go into his chat, more power to you. I couldn't stomach it. I only watch the clips that people put out. Okay, that's ridiculous. There's one thing, misrepresenting the truth, but just making shit up. I freaking hate that. But, that's the thing. Remember I was talking about that toxic friend I had? She did it too. She made shit up to make people wary of each other and not want to talk to each other. So they live in this fantasy world. I know. You and I know that's not normal. Okay? So it's weird to us. But there's people that live like that. I've met them. I've dealt with them. And so my sister was the same way. I told you that. And so when my mom was dying, that's when I knew I would never speak to my sister again. That's a whole story. And my mom, we didn't know what this stuff was called back then. We called them habitual liars. Now we know there's bigger words for it. So my mom was dying, and she felt she was giving my sister too much because she lived with her. And we were talking. I said, Mom, she called it a habitual liar. I said, I don't understand how somebody can lie about something that is so untrue and just make stuff up. And my mom said, those people believe their lies. They believe this fantasy world that they have created. And this borderline personality disorder does that. In their mind, the stuff they are saying, they think is true. They create this fantasy world and they believe it. Yep. I haven't talked to my sister since 99. So 26 years. Because she was not taking care of my mom. I closed my daycare. I drove up there to take care of her. And I watched my 6-foot-tall sister scream at my mother for money from her tax check so she could pay the lawyer down here in Texas because she'd been arrested in jail twice. And when my mom was in so much pain because she was so out of it. She wasn't taking the right pain meds. So I stayed up all night, waking up every hour and a half to give her meds. My sister comes in a few days in, and I said, can you sit with Mom for 10 minutes so I can take a shower? Mom couldn't even hold a glass of water. And she said, no, I'm busy, and went downstairs and went to sleep. And I'm like, yeah, we're done. That's the thing. Normal people can't comprehend it. Okay? But they literally, in their mind, somewhere in there, pathological liar. I didn't know what that was called back then. we said habitual liar. We didn't we didn't have those big words. Oh well. Now see, the reason I won't talk to my sister is she has that thing where she doesn't understand she did anything wrong. So she'll cry and say she's sorry and boohoo. And I went through that a couple times and I forgave her. When I realized she wasn't telling me what she was sorry for, she was just doing it to get me to forgive her so she could keep messing up my life. So when we had the discussion, I said, when you can tell me what you're sorry for, we'll talk. And she couldn't do it. Well, that's what they do, honey. That's what they do. Everyone else is the bad guy and they're not doing anything wrong. And it's hard to wrap your head around it. That's why they got away with this for so long, guys. Because us normal people couldn't understand or comprehend how bad they were or what they were doing and how insidious it was. We just don't understand that because we're not there. Because we're normal and we handle things like normal human beings. And that's the problem. It took so much stuff for people to finally be like, no, we can't do this anymore. Oh, see, I'm 9 years older than my sister. So she was 8 when I moved out. So I didn't even know her. Yeah. No, she didn't even go that far. But that's good. Yeah, I've heard you talking about your mom a lot. Mm-hmm. Yeah. See, I felt my grandmother was my mom because my mom was toxic. My dad's mom really took care of me a lot. And my senior year, I lived with her because when I got home from basic training, so in the reserves or National Guard, they have a split option program where you can enlist your junior year of high school, go to basic between junior and senior year. Your senior year, you go to your weekends, but you haven't gotten your job training yet. So I don't know why they do it, and then I graduated. Then I went to AIT, my job training school. And while I was gone, so I enlisted on my 17th birthday. I went in the Army that summer. When I got home, my mom had taken all my money out of my account. And did not, if she'd have asked, I mean, she was a single mom and we was on food stamps growing up. I probably would have been fine, but I had spent my last check in Georgia buying school clothes for my senior year because I thought I had money in the bank for my car insurance when I got home and got my car back on the road. So Tom picks me up at the bus station and I went to my bank account and it was empty and I didn't go home. I went straight to my grandmother's house. I said, I'm done with this. I cannot deal with this woman anymore. She was really toxic too. That one I don't recognize. Let me look it up. So, my mom was verbally abusive and very much like some of these people. Because I tried to get her to apologize and I said, you did this, and it was, I never said that. You can't get an apology for somebody that didn't think they did anything wrong. Where's my music? Nope, not that one. There we go. Wait, nope. I have way too many apps on this phone. Where'd my music go? I thought I had it on my... I'll just Google it. What's it called? She's leaving home.
morning at 5:00 as the day begins.
Oh, I haven't listened to Beatles in forever.
Silently closing her bedroom door, leaving the note that she hoped would say more. She goes downstairs to the kitchen.
Oh, wow.
Clutching her.
I don't know if you can hear it or not. I don't want to get dinged, but I'll listen to that more. Yeah, I didn't even leave a note. I think mom, somebody, either my grandma called her or she called my grandmother, and somebody said, you can come get your stuff. So I ran away when I was 15. It was so bad. I ran away. I was coming to Canada. I forgot to tell Scooter Mom that earlier. I was trying to go to Canada. But if it hadn't been for my grandmother, I would not have turned out halfway normal. I would have been screwed up. And meeting my husband in high school was great. Yeah, I always say if he were to pass away now, I'd never go get somebody new because I got him early and trained him well. He's the quiet one. I'm the loud one. It works. Good night, Papa. You go have a good night. I like that song, though. I'm going to listen. I need to listen to the Beatles again. It's been a while. I love Paul McCartney's voice. Oh, that was his voice. He has such a great voice. Oh, I can feel that in my heart. Just that little couple lyrics that he did. So the watchers have gotten smaller. So I'm trying to think, Fraud. You've answered a few of my questions, and so, like I said, you seem to be on top of what's going on. Because I see one of the places I lurk is DOS's stuff, and I go through and I like everybody's comments just to and him and try to support it. But I don't get into the chat because, oh my God, Miss Kim is in DOS's chat. Now I don't give a F. I'm gonna be wherever I want to be. I'm gonna comment wherever I want to comment. I've had it. Night, Papa. You go get some sleep. Yeah. Just my headache's finally gone. I think the ibuprofen helped. Like I said, because stuff started not long after, actually around the time I started in February. Just not a lot here and there, but now I got a little headache right here. Oof. I'm not tired at all. The droopy eyes is from my buzz. But Becky, I was like, you helped coming out. I'm glad. And Scooter Mom came out with you, and then me and Eric, and I don't know who else this week, but hopefully it causes a chain reaction. I've known my hubby since junior high. Oh, wow. That's so neat. My mom and my dad grew up one street apart and dated when they were 12, but then didn't date in high school. They didn't get back together till he got back from Vietnam. So my hubby I met when I was, 15. We started dating when I was 16, around Christmas, my junior year. So we dated my rest of my junior year and all of my senior year. Well, because I was going into Army training and he still had a year of high school, even though we're the same age, I think he redid 6th grade. So he's behind a year. I thought I was hot shit and we broke up. And I went to my Army training, and then we were off and on. So we were 18. We were off and on for 2 years, and then we got married at 20. So, and I had boyfriends before him too. People think when you say we've been together since high school that he's the only guy I've ever dated. No, that wasn't the case. What was weird is I know all of his ex-girlfriends and he knows all my ex-boyfriends because we were in ROTC together and it was a small group. So it was weird. It was weird. Poor guy. He's come out all tired letting the dogs out. We were just talking about how the dogs go out really fast now. I'm losing people. It's getting late.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm at 4.5 hours right now. But it's really good, pretty good conversation. So it's hard to log off when we're talking about interesting stuff.
Yeah, the other night I had Chris. I came in and I relieved him. He stayed for 2 hours talking.
I was talking about how you guys are such gossip.
Yeah.
I said, you know who's a gossip? I go, these dudes that Tom works with. I said, either you leave late because you was talking or somebody comes and visits you.
Yeah.
And so, or he relieves them at 10. And how long did he stay?
He stayed 2 hours.
And they'll stay and talk to him for 2 hours off the clock. Because so that there was that too. I forgot. I said, you guys are a bunch of gossips. They'll literally call him on his day during the day when he's off. Yeah, a little bit. But he's retired Army. That man can fall asleep so fast. I hate it. If I get woke up after an hour or two of sleep, I'm wide awake. That man has slept. I can sit right next to him in the bed with my computer playing YouTube with no earbuds, and he doesn't even hear it. Doesn't hear any of it. In Iraq, he had a room with a door, and mortars were hitting all the time. Those didn't wake him up. One hit a Humvee outside his door, blew up the Humvee, blew his door open, and that's the only reason he woke up. So he can sleep anywhere, at any time, as fast as possible. I hate it. He will fall asleep in the middle of me talking to him. Just let him talking. It's kind of rude, but for years I've talked to him at night when we do go to back when he had a normal schedule and we would go to bed at the same time. We would lay there in the dark and I would talk until he went to sleep. Can you tell? Yeah, I don't talk a lot. Becky, I think you're the only person that can keep up with me. Oh, goodness. Oh, he left. You left him? Did you make sure they left the porch?
Oh, yeah. They all had to go.
Yeah, we were talking about it earlier. I'm like, I've never seen my dogs go so fast. And then after dinner, I was talking about how that's Tiny's schedule, and he did not want to go out. I checked the weather. What is it now? Whew, God, close that door. Ooh. Feels like 7. No, that can't be right. Is that right? No. What hour? What time is it? 2? Yep. It's 7 degrees right now in Central Texas, not North Texas. Central Texas. I don't even think we had those what was the lowest temperature we had during Snowmageddon 4 years ago? Is that 21?
Really cold bottle.
Did you put that outside?
Yeah.
Look, he had this outside. It's frozen. Here. Yeah, I had to bring the beer in because I was afraid it was gonna. Let's see. Oh. Let's see. I wonder if Texas. Oh my goodness. How cold did it? I love Google. During Texas Snowmageddon, Let's see. No. It says it got to minus 30? No. Maybe up north. Maybe in the Panhandle. Not here. I'll have to research that later because what was the worst winter storm? Whatever. Yeah, being from Ohio, we were not prepared. We did not know it was coming. And we don't have a slab foundation. So our water pipes are laying on the ground. And most of them were insulated, but mostly at 32 degrees. We never had a problem. We had three water. Our pipes burst in 3 places. So he spent days underneath the house and during that winter storm fixing our water. Matter of fact, we were going to fill the tub tonight. But we're trickling water through all of our faucets. Oh, that's so nice. Oh, I love herbs. I had a container garden on my porch because I try to do a regular garden in Texas. By August, you have to go out at 7 a.m. to be able to handle the heat. And the whole garden died except squash. I had so much squash. So the next time I tried, I did containers on the porch where there's more shade and herbs in the kitchen. We just haven't done anything forever. It's just, God, it's so dry and during the summer. Matter of fact, right now, my grass is so green and growing so fast because winter is when we get good grass. Summertime is brown. So I'm hoping the freeze will kill my grass so I don't have to mow it. Oh, I loved California. I lived near Monterey. Oh my gosh. But we were so poor back then, we didn't get to enjoy it like we could have. We never went to the Monterey Aquarium. I used to drive to Pacific Grove to a bookstore I loved. That was my one thing that I did. And we just went to work and came home. Oh, Camillo's. Awesome. That's cool. Yeah, when we moved into this place, there was a peach tree that didn't even really produce peaches you could eat because it didn't get enough water. But we didn't know how to take care of stuff like that back then because we moved here in 99. So my mom died in 99 and I had some life insurance money and I used it as a down payment when I got home. Whew. Lord. I grew up canoeing and camping and going outside, and I was a Girl Scout leader, and we literally, when school let out, Girl Scouts ended. And then when school started up again, Girl Scouts started because you couldn't do anything in the summer here. Now, my son's Boy Scout troop still went camping, and I was the only one that was chaperoned, and my butt was out there in the tent. It was 100 degrees outside. Oh my gosh. Like I say, first world problems. My life has been pretty cool for the most part. Not very exciting, but been all right. Oh, cool. So when I visited September before last, I think. So my daughter lives near Riverside, and her man at the time that she moved there for was from Torrance. And I said, hey, I want to go to the beach. I want to do some shopping. He took me. It wasn't Venice. And it wasn't Torrance. I can't remember the name of the beach. But I was mad because he took me to a part of the beach that just had some condos and no fun stuff. And I'm like, that was boring as hell. I did go to a really cool store that was like, it was called Witch something, I think. Had a lot of crystals and stuff. Oh, I liked it. And in Marina Del Rey, oh, maybe. Not sure. But I didn't enjoy the beach. Our beach in so I wasn't actually in Monterey. If you ever look up where Fort Ord used to be, it was actually called Seaside, which was a little bit north of Monterey. So the beach there sucked. You got wind blasted. It was covered in seaweed. It wasn't a fun beach. The only time, one time, maybe twice, we went to Carmel to the beach, and it was nice. We went to a bonfire. So we never really enjoyed even the ocean while we were there. And so then we drove down in 91 for our honeymoon that we never had, and went to Disneyland and went to Huntington Beach for about 5 minutes and went to Hollywood Boulevard, looked at the stars, of course. But the traffic there in LA, we spent 3 hours on the outer belt because when we got there, Highway 5 South was closed. And back then, you didn't have the internet. I looked at the map, I memorized it, and I'm like, okay, I know where we're going. We're going to Anaheim. So we circled for 3 hours, stopping at gas stations, trying to get a dang map. By the time we got a map, it was 7:30, and we were on the 101 in like literally stop traffic. Oh, neat. Cool. And I was in my 65 Mustang with no AC. That was okay. It wasn't that hot. But it was a V8 gas guzzler. So literally that we did that to LA that was enough for one time. One time, don't want to go back. And it took us like 7 hours to get there. But yeah, I know what that is. I think everybody knows what that is. I don't know how you afford to live there. My daughter isn't even near LA, and she's paying $1,700 a month for a 1-bedroom apartment with 3 kids. Luckily, it's a nice complex, and the apartment is pretty large. So the 3 kids, the bedroom is pretty large. So they're not cramped. And then my daughter's bed is in kind of the dining room area. So, because at the end of her relationship, they were broke up, and they were still living in the same apartment. So she had all the kids in her bedroom anyway to keep them separate. He was an asshole. He wouldn't shut up being condescending, and I don't even want to talk about it. Anyway. Ugh, I know. God. I don't know how you do it. Killeen, Texas, which I'm near, which is the town right outside the base, in 2009 it was either Newsweek, it was a big publication. It was the best cost of living in the United States. You could get a 2,000 square foot home for $170,000. Because we looked. We almost did it. I'm in a 1,100 square foot house. Very tiny. And that was pretty cool. So the cost we have a lot of people. We boomed about 20 years ago because Austin is so expensive that people were moving up here, buying a house or whatever, and then commuting to Austin, which could be a good 2 hours or more, depending on where you're going. I was like, because I used to have doctor's appointment at 8 a.m. in Austin, and I would leave at 5 and make it about 10 minutes early. Oh, I'm 3 hours south of Dallas. So Waco-ish? Yeah. Waco's 2 hours south. Yeah, I'm literally dead center of Texas. It's 3 hours to Dallas, 3 hours to Houston, and 3 hours to San Antonio. And if you took the state of Texas, when you see a star, you put a cross on Texas, That's where I'm at. It's called Central Texas, but dead center. And it still takes me 6 hours to get out of Texas to go home. Norman? Let me look. Was it small? I don't know a lot of the small towns. Let's see. Normandy? Let's see where that is. Yep. There's a place called Normandy. That's about where you said. Wait, what? Yeah, it's small. It's tiny. Ooh, that's tiny. Holy crap, it's literally just east of me. Oh, so my battery's dying. I think that's my cue. This was fun, you guys. I still have 12 people in here. Thank you. I know there's only a couple of us in the chat. Yeah. You were in a good area. It's green. It's green up there. My dad came from New Orleans to here to visit. He couldn't believe how green it was. I'm like, 'cause we're at the very edge of the hill country that is Dallas. Thank you, Mr. Fraud, and the rest of you. That's what makes being a creator so much fun, is you guys. And I'm like you guys. I like being in chats too. I'm a talker there even. But you know, I'd say that if I lost all my subscribers next week, I would still go. But I do have to question that. Would I really? I'm not sure. You guys make it bearable. You really do. And I appreciate all of you. So good night. Tomorrow, is it tomorrow? I believe I'm doing the toxic friend stream. Let me check, make sure when I did this. How to deal with a toxic friend or family member. My experience, the 18th at 3. What? The 18th? What? That can't be right. Oh my God. What did I do? Oh, hold on. It's now, okay. I'm going to change that to Friday. Let's see. Okay. So, because I need a little bit of time to do a little bit of research. Even though I know about it, I want to get the right words, you know. So Friday at, did I say 3? I think I said 3. I'm gonna do that, and like I said, because right when I talked about that, somebody said, "Well, people want to diagnose other people." I'm not gonna do that. I'm just gonna talk about my experience, which I did tonight. And I may talk about how it parallels a little bit. Oh, make sure you have your notifications on right. And I do have some turned off because I don't care. When you first subscribe to a channel, it puts you on personal notifications. You have to go in and change it to all notifications, which I understand if you don't have me on all. I'm not on your radar that much, which is fine. But so I've got that stream, and then Becky, I don't know if this pertains to you or not, but Sunday I'm doing a fibromyalgia and chronic pain discussion. Because there's a lot of us that have fibromyalgia and stuff like that. No way! Well, you better subscribe. All right, that's cool. No, I get it. Because I haven't done it lately, but I used to have to go through the list because you don't realize I was unsubscribed. I didn't realize I wasn't subscribed to some other channels either. You think you are. But all right. Well, you all have a good rest of your week if I don't see you. And then Saturday nights, I always do a late night stream at 10 p.m. Central, just for fun. We have talked about the wildest shit. Favorite movies, aliens, whatever. So if you want to make that, that'd be fun. Good night, y'all. I'm going to go watch a movie with hubby. I'm going to make him wake up. I don't have fibro. I have chronic pain. Oh, that happens too. YouTube is fickle. Good night to all the lurkers. Yeah, good night, lurkers. I appreciate y'all being here. Come on in then. I've got 5 other people that I'm gonna have on the panel, and maybe we can bring you in too. What I'm gonna do before that is do a quick separate video of my story because it's long and complicated. It started with a car accident in '88. And I don't want to take up the panel time with that. So I'm going to do a separate video about my stuff. Sunday at 4 p.m. Central. So that'd be 2 p.m. your time. My daughter lives in California, so that's always on my mind. All right. Y'all have a good night. Go get some sleep. I have good feelings about a new day. So let's keep the good vibes. Bye, y'all. Good night.